Hey, welcome everybody. Time for my Saturday afternoon maker hangout chat live stream thingy. I'm going live a few minutes early. It was suggested to me by my good friend Liam, which is Astro Printer. I go live early because we got a 3D printed rocket getting ready to take off. That scrubbed earlier, but well, actually they had a problem. But now they're getting ready to launch in 2 minutes, 45 seconds, and it's counting down. And we're going to pull everybody in, and we're going to pull that up on screen. We're all going to watch it. Then we're going to welcome people in chat. We're going to talk about all kinds of amazing things that we're all working on. Anyway, here we go. Let me bring everybody in. Hey, Matt.
Hey, how are you? How's everybody?
Liam.
Stop talking. 2 minutes. Quiet.
Vincent. Let me share my screen real quick.
Bring in the screen. We'll talk later. Bring in the screen. We're rocking a rocket launch.
Let's go. Let's go.
So you're watching the Relativity 1 rocket launch.
Is that relative?
Those white clouds you see.
Oh, you have it now.
Can you hear her talking?
Yeah, they're getting ready. It's low, but
here in Florida, that's why.
Yeah, that was a good idea, Liam. Just go early and we'll solve all problems.
yeah.
Hello, hello, hello.
So I'm a little ahead of Jerry's feed because I'm watching Relativity 5 themselves. So the rocket is 85% 3D printed. They made up their own alloys for the material to be printed. And it's launched. It's fueled out of methane gas and liquid oxygen, or LOX. Methane gas. Basically, this has been powered by oxygen and cow fat.
We got confirmation. Green for launch.
So,
Welcome everybody. We're live on YouTube and Twitch today. As I do each and every Saturday at 1 p.m. Pacific. I stream anywhere from 2 to 4 hours, and we will be doing a giveaway today.
So we're in the final countdown.
The Twens 3D experience is a friend of mine on the other side of the country.
Oh, nice.
I showed them the YouTube, the Twitch channel today.
Very nice. Nice to meet you.
Hey guys,
invite them on. Invite them on if you like to come on.
Yeah, so we get less than half. Well, we got about half a minute left. Oh, wait, now there's a slight hold.
I hope the thing will not explode. I hope the thing will go.
They have a hold of 45 seconds.
All right, all bets. I take any bets.
Hey, Joe.
It explodes.
Gonna make it or not? Yes or no? 50-50 chance.
Oh, I think they're going to scrub. I think they're going to scrub.
Too much wind?
No, a scrub means they're done for the day.
That sucks.
They originally supposed to them like 10:30 this morning.
Yeah, wait a second. I want to wait. I want them to confirm, but I think they said they might scrub for the day. Well, I know why they're scrubbing. Their launch window just ended.
Oh.
The launch window ended at 4 o'clock. They had to when they did a reset of the timer.
Well, they're down to seconds. It shouldn't matter.
It does.
It does.
We had high hopes.
Otherwise, the other people of the other side of the world might think we're sending a nuclear weapon over.
This rocket off to max Q and beyond.
Everything needs to be scheduled.
The timing of our next launch attempt. We will share that.
Otherwise, you're going to get shot down.
Well, the reason why is their launch window was until 4 o'clock today. It's 4 o'clock.
Well, that sucks.
Well, and if they reset 30 seconds earlier or 40 seconds earlier, they could have launched. But because they've they have a very strict window because the window is notified to planes, to boats, to everything that moves, right? And so they're given a they're given a 3-hour window. If you don't launch within that window, that airspace becomes open again. Now they're violating public airspace.
30 seconds shouldn't matter.
It does. It does.
I mean, but then again, they might say, well, a minute shouldn't matter, 2 minutes, so they got to have a cutoff and be final about it.
Yeah, so the no-fly zone the zone that's been assigned as a no-fly zone has now been released to the FAA.
Yeah.
For airplanes. So that's why it was terminated because of that.
And they knew this in advance, so they could have changed the timer to whatever they wanted.
No, because the timer on board the rocket was has a fixed time from 45 minutes down to launch, right? Because they have a script on a rocket. They load a file that's a script, and the script is a timing script of what happens and when. And if that's delayed, they have to reset the clock. There are certain stages they can resume at, but at that point they can't. They have to actually go back and redo it again. Well, because it was paused once, and they didn't resume it fast enough, and that's why. And they didn't account for that. It's their very first ever launch. That's all it was. It's a mistake they made.
Well, that was an expensive mistake twice.
Well, no, the first one was.
Hey, Chris.
The first one on Wednesday was an error they found. Right, there was an error. The first one earlier on today was some idiot in a boat flew in and went in on his boat into the no-go zone. So he violated the launch safety area. So they had to pause. And then this one, they just run out of time.
Yeah, I'm currently printing a pit droid on my X1 Carbon. The head on the X1 Carbon for the pit droid would have to be in 4 parts to fit on the X1 Carbon. So I had an option, print it in one piece on my shitty iPass, but then I'm going to have support damage on the big saucer head. So there's a file where it's cut in half, or like 3/4 of it's cut at 3/4. So I'm printing those 2 pieces on my kitty iPass, which will be much slower than the X1. The finished product will, pit droid. That's what a pit droid looks like. And over on Etsy, there's a company selling a bolt kit for it, for the pit droid. It's got the electronics for the eyes and all the exact bolts. They're all packaged out, a couple little bars. The kit was $49 free shipping, which to me was a great deal. Because if you source all this stuff yourself, you're going to have to buy a lot of bulk packs. You're not going to need it unless you plan on doing lots of droids and projects, because you're going to have to buy too much of this or too much of that. So for $50 free shipping, it came out of California. It's one location. I think in the UK they have another, but it was a great deal. It's got a remote control with it, and for the lights and all the nuts and bolts. And yeah, I think it's a great deal for the price. And then I got Ziltech. Since I'm an affiliate with them, I got a discount on filament. I ordered 5 rolls, and then Ziltech donated 2 of those rolls for free for my build, since I told her, my rep, I'm doing a video on it. And last week I had a giveaway, and I believe the person that won was Almighty Malachi won. When I notified my rep last Saturday, I was chatting with her after I notified her in a PM on what I wanted to buy. Out of all those chats, somewhere that information got lost. So this morning when I was setting up my stream, I messaged her. It just dawned on me to check to see if the winner got his filament, and she forgot to send it out. So when I see Almighty Malachi in chat, or if somebody sees him, I need to let him know that I checked on it, and he should have already had it, which everybody that wins on my channel gets their filament before I go live the next week. It never got sent out. It was overlooked. And she's on vacation this week, but it will get sent out Monday, and he will get it. Because I always try to follow up to make sure the winners get their filament. So that was a boo-boo. Anyway. Are you feeling any better, Liam?
No. Still running a fever. Not as high at the moment, but still running a fever, and this cough is annoying the hell out of me. But I'll get there. It's just
that coughing that can stay a long time. The first time that I had COVID, it took about 2.5 months before I started calming down with coughing and stuff. So
I don't want it that bad, but I know it's out. It's bad. It's there. My wife has been sick for 2 weeks. My son was over and done with his within a week.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special guest popping in, 3D Druckenpaw, and I think I said it wrong, but here he is. Hello. How you doing today?
Hey, took a plow.
Yeah, good. Oh, hold on, let me kill the Twitch sound.
So this, take a look.
So.
Yeah, Scrubs happen. Right? The new rockets, a new company, the first ever attempt to launch. Scrubs happen.
Yeah, it's a shame. They got down to 0 earlier.
You know, they made a song about this. Don't chase the waterfall.
I would rather than scrub. I would rather than scrub, and try again until they get it actually off the ground, and possibly be the first into orbit, at least get the max Q successfully, right? Then try and proceed and run into problems and it explodes just as it leaves the launch pad.
About a half hour ago, when it got down to 0, the engine's fired and then it stops. Like, what happened? It's like they started up the car and didn't hit the gas and the board.
It was one of the self checks. It triggered something because they go through a self check of the engine pressure, the output, the temperatures, all of this stuff before they say we're good. Now retract the strong back, which means remove the umbilicals, because once your umbilicals are off, and you're done. You've stopped your ability to refuel or anything. You're finished at that point, and then then they release the hold downs, right? So it stopped. They were hoping to get it in again. They missed it. They just ran out of time. They might get another window in the middle of the week. They're waiting on the okay. Is all they are.
What's up with Stream Elements? It just spam chat.
Yeah, it's behaving a little bit strangely lately for several people, I hear.
I got like 9 chats in a row from Stream Elements.
Yeah, 10. I agree with you. Better wait than go boom. Yeah.
Oh, I sent you an STL file, Liam.
Why? What should I do now?
Maybe you're interested in it. Have a look.
Oh, we gave you a virus.
No, Matt, probably.
No, the STL of the rocket itself, you can print it now.
Actually, I've reached out to them and I've asked them for an STL of the rockets. I actually did. I messaged them. Well, at least I don't think I have a contact with them. I have contact with other companies, so I don't have a contact with them, but I've reached out to them and asked them. Maybe I'll build a rapport with them because I have contacts with other companies.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you send it, Matt? An email?
Facebook.
Okay. You was in the Facebook? Okay.
So finally got my PC built, and I already got stuff for another build. 3D printed my tables for the kitchen. It's over there. Done.
You sent me a QR code?
Yeah, STL file above.
Okay.
This is my PC. Finally, it's almost done. A little bit tweaking and tinkering.
I think you need more fans.
Yeah, there's gonna be a push-pull system. So on the top of this one, there's gonna be 2 more. I hate the part that I couldn't change the hoses of the water cooling system, and I have to get extensions for the USB because I want to get them from the bottom to here, and you will not see the wires like this. That's the only thing that I need to change. So
you know what you need in there, like a white phosphate light.
Yeah, I can change it to all different kind of settings. These are special RGB fans, both sides. So a lot of them are only one-sided, and like a crystal layer over it. So
that looks nice.
Took a long time to build.
Nice.
Bling bling.
So, where in Germany are you?
Druckerplatz.
Yeah, where are you based in Germany?
Well, I am based in Germany, that's correct. Nearby Stuttgart, so in Swabia. But I'm actually Dutch.
Okay.
I used to live near the Bodensee before I left Germany.
Gaan we van Nederlands praten en dan horen ze niks meer.
Kunnen we doen.
I used to live in Wiesbaden, near Mainz,
Wiesbaden,
or near I suppose probably close to it's probably close enough to Mainz. Wiesbaden is. It's kind of between Mainz and Frankfurt.
Yeah.
Frankfurt.
Yeah, I lived in Wiesbaden, and then I also lived in Königstein for a while, which is a small village, and near
Don't know that.
Yeah, it's a small village near Bad Soden. I used to work near the Opel plant in near Mainz in Ginsheim Gustafsberg. There's an Opel plant there, and I used to work near there.
Oh, cool.
I don't know. I always like the people in the north better than the people in the south. I'm sorry.
Actually, you know, I would tend to go the other way myself because I find that the people in southern Germany are actually friendlier. I think, especially if you go southwest down towards the Munich area, Bavaria.
Liam, did you ever talk to Swabians? Then we'll talk again.
Yeah.
Swabians.
Swabian is the area where I live, so the Baden-Württemberg, and then you have an area with the hardcore Swabians. These are like the Bayer or whatever, but let's say a bit worse. A Swabian is like always looking from the negative. If they see a nice lady, they will say she's not. They will not say she is nice. They will say she is not ugly. Yeah, that's their perspective. Everything has to be free. Everything has to be cheap as possible. That's Swabians.
On all the parts, I had to mirror them. They're all right, so I had to make a left and a right and mirror the part.
How much is the file for that?
I think it's like $20-something, if I remember correctly.
That's not
bad. First time I've ever used tree supports in my life.
Beautiful.
Yeah. And so, right here, the support failed, as you can see.
But the part is fine, though.
Then it fixed itself.
Yeah, that's what I like about G support. It kind of, if it breaks, and then it makes itself a mess, and then the mess glues itself to the bottom piece, and then it goes again on top of the mess.
If the support is only off the plate, or if it's off everything. If it's off everything, it can repair sometimes.
Sergio sent me out a bunch of goodies in the mail that I just got. When did I get it?
Veins. That's what it is. Veins.
A little knife here I can engrave if I choose to.
You know what you should do, Jerry? That's a nice name. Well, Jerry, leave the tree supports on, especially on the feet. Paint them red, so it'd be a mixture between Star Wars and what was the one, the Orson Welles book, War of the Worlds. So it looks like there are red veins coming up into the robot, controlling the robot.
Well, War of the Worlds, excellent movie.
Yeah, I read the book, but
he sent me a little Wise camera doorbell that I got.
Oh, nice.
Then I've got some thinner and a whole bunch of apple barrel paint.
I'm not going to bet on that, Betty. I'm not sorry. I'm not a betting man, but there's something now and again I would put a tiny wager and stuff. But yeah, that's a wager I would not even attempt to take.
Oh! And then I got a pen.
Now you just need to learn to write.
Yeah. Very nice. Thank you very much, Sergio.
See,
remember, keep it within the lines.
Okay, now when I switch my camera back over, my two things on screen are going to pop up and make noise. So,
you know, Betty, I was in Vegas. I once made a bet in Vegas. I was leaving Vegas and I put into a machine and put in $5. That was the only time ever in my life I put money into a machine in Vegas. And I've been to Vegas about 10 times.
Yeah.
On my
another build that I'm doing tomorrow. It's the motherboard.
Oh, okay.
Power supply.
Oh, no, you're building another machine?
Yeah, another one for somebody else. Yeah. 1,000 watts.
So this is all what you're sending me over?
Yeah, you can wish. Ryzen AMD. Water cooling system.
So is it a gaming machine?
Yeah.
So that's why you're using a Ryzen processor, okay?
Yeah. And a video card.
What
3050.
Okay.
How much was
the video card?
The video card was almost 400 because it's a mid-range. It's a 3050.
Yeah, and it's an older model as well.
Yeah, you can get the 8 gig version or the 12 gig version, and I bought the 8 gigs, but because the person that's going to is only playing like Roblox, Minecraft, and maybe what's the other game that they play? Fortnite.
He's not into doing high graphics VR.
No. So I told them you need this system, so it was total around 1,300 euros.
I got
everything.
a 1080 Ti overclocked, and then my main computer here. When I built this computer in 2017, that card cost me $1,000.
Yeah.
And they're
So
crazy.
I got
expensive.
16 gigs of memory, G-Skill, and Samsung Evo 970, 2 terabytes.
I'm doing a video on the Droid wife. It'll get painted right away.
Yeah.
So the total cost only for the motherboard and parts was. Let me take a look.
This is JK. Wow, what happened? Oh, you froze.
Yeah, browser killed itself again.
Oh, this is only
crazy. Both of them started moving.
this is only the part list, but this was almost 1,300 with the case.
Seller, hello, welcome.
Yeah. So.
Oh, what
Hi,
about
Jerry.
Paul? Let me do some sanding. Yes.
The motherboard
I
is a
have some
nice
new toy
board,
to show.
by the way. Yeah.
What?
I have some new toy to show.
Oh, I'd love to see it.
Yeah, hold
Nice
on.
motherboard.
Wait now. Wait
Let
now.
me put in the
Always
camera.
question what type of toy it is first.
Yeah.
This is
No,
not mine.
that's it.
It's for the customer.
It's a safe toy.
Okay.
Let me see if the camera will activate. I have to unlock it first. 1 moment.
Oh, wow.
Let me put myself in the smaller camera. Where am I?
Oh, Voron.
No, Redrick.
All right. Oh, sorry.
No.
My mistake.
He's a beta tester for Red Rig.
That's not the
Yeah.
500 model, though, no? That's a 350?
No, it's a 300.
Oh,
It's a 300. But this one has, as of today, something new. I'm gonna do a bed mesh of 50 by 50 points.
That's very, very fine. That'll take forever.
Ha, okay, so exactly what I hoped as an answer.
Oh,
Are you ready?
So you maximize the speed, the travel speed?
Oh, even more fun.
Liam, he's a beta
Are you
tester
ready?
for Red Rig.
Oh, okay. Go,
It's
go,
gonna
go.
start now.
This I want to see.
What the?
Oh, you're
Like a
using
regular
sensor.
printer.
What sensor are you using?
In a moment, too much noise.
Ah, so you're using some sort of sensor. You're not actually touching the bed.
It's an eddy current sensor.
Ah, so okay. So it's using what, magnetic resonance or something like
Yeah,
that? Sensor?
yes.
Oh, for the metal
Would it
bed?
be
Nice.
possible to use it on glass too?
No, you need
No,
a metal bed.
metal.
It's magnetic resonance.
See, I like to print on glass.
Yeah.
Go PEI,
You have to stick metal on it then, under.
and then you have to
if
do
the
a
glass
bigger
is not too
offset
deep.
because of the glass thickness, yeah. That's nice.
So this was 2,500 mesh points.
That's going to be a very detailed.
That's
Wow.
going to be very detailed mesh. Let me see if I can make it visible to you guys.
Oh yeah. In Clipper, you should be able to show, yeah, in the UI.
Yeah, but let me see if I have my desktop mapped in OBS. Do I have a desktop here? I have to use the other camera.
Are they looking at doing this as a standard now on their machines?
No. This is somebody made this, and it's called Beacon. So it's on sale right now, $69. It's Clipper only. You need, of course, a modified mounting, but it's very easy to integrate at the end. A bit of config lines, and off you go almost. Let me see.
If you have a link,
sorry.
you can share it in private chat, and I'll post it if you like.
Yeah, hold on. Let me. Where?
Beacon3D.com, Jerry.
Okay.
So, sorry for the loopback. So there's the mesh.
Oh wow, it's warped on the corners.
And it's not.
Yeah, but it's normal. It's my Mac plate.
But it's
Yeah,
not
that's-
individuals. It's actually flowing from one to the other is what it's building.
Yeah.
So it's building a
Yeah,
curved
yeah,
map
it's-
rather than a point map.
But it's what you see is the Mac sheet, so the magnetic sticker that has some issues, and I have to replace it. But it's such a horrible work to get that thing off. I was like, who cares? It's still an okay range.
Yeah, how much is it off by?
One. Sorry, you said?
What is the variance?
0.03.
Oh, 0.3. Yeah.
Oh, that's nothing.
Yeah.
ABL
And
can
if
go
you look
up
at
to 3 millimeters.
and if you look at, let me go there again. Sorry for the loopback again. Come on, dashboard.
I would love to get one of those red rigs, a big one.
I think Stream Elements is going haywire.
Okay, your
We do
video
50
is
samples
covering-
on the probe right now, on one position. And you will see in a second the result from that.
Oh, we can't see the result because your video is covering the console.
Ah, okay.
So in StreamYard, get
okay.
your video and drag it to
Yep,
the
I
corner.
see. Yep. Hold on. Transform, fit to screen. There we are.
That ain't what I wanted to do.
So
Yeah, that'll do it.
the
Okay,
deviation of 0.000057.
Nice.
Ooh.
That's
Nice.
massive. It's
So
absolutely bizarre. Yeah. It's called Beacon. Website beacon3d.org, I believe.
.com. Beacon3D.com.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
$70.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's shipped since a few days because they had some issues on the USB cables. It's so in this case it's connected by USB to your Raspberry Pi. The sensor itself runs like an MCU clipper, but has its own software on it. So it's only using the clipper part as communication, and then the rest is being done
Oh,
on the sensor itself.
so they have their own
It
firmware.
works a
that
little
they're
bit
all-
different.
Is it open firmware
works a little bit
or
different.
closed firmware?
It's
ahead.
closed firmware.
Okay.
Okay.
And they did close because of simple reason, China.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, so they give all the support. They are on the NX Engineering Discord. They are active. Yeah, like I said, the implementation is quite easy. You have to figure out your mesh points or your mesh area, your Z tilt points, and so on, and then add just a few lines to your config, and off you go.
It's the same as doing any ABL, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just have to do your offsets from your nozzle, and that's about it. Nice.
cool.
So you need
And,
a piece of paper.
Let me see, can I show the picture somehow? Because for the rhetoric I had to do something else because it didn't fit by default. Because they sell two versions or three versions: self-assembly, low profile, and a normal mounted. But all of these versions are not fitting on the V-core because the rear lead screw is bumping into it.
You'd have to mount it in front of the nozzle, if you, maybe.
Yeah. Hey, why is it not doing the window capture now?
My Hypercube, my ABL's in front of my nozzle.
Well, mine's to the side of some of my printers, depends. But that's not a problem. All you need to know is the offset, right?
Right, Sergio. Thank you.
Take care,
Hey,
Sergio.
Sergio.
It's all about
So
offsets.
there we
After
are.
all.
So what I did, so I separated the sensor itself and the board a little bit more. So normally these pins are or almost no pins, so the plastic parts of these pins are gone and then it's directly touching the board. Or the second version is that's touching the plastic. And I had to make a little bit more space in between so that I had more place to make my lead screw free on the back side. I believe one of the pictures. So that's was this is exactly the right position now, so it fits.
Nice.
No.
What they should do is they should go to some of the manufacturers and see if they want to buy them off them, and be a supplier to them.
Yeah, I don't know what they want to do, but at least what I can say is that they did a great job.
Oh yeah, it looks like it.
It's massive. I never expected such a result from a probe. Yeah, normally we have these PNP or MPN probes. and it's always hoping that it works. But this is out of the box. I did nothing. Mount it and be done.
So question. So that can be used for then. So as is then, you
Could
can
be
actually
used
use
for
it
any
your
printer,
bedtime
right?
One second, Matt. You can use
As
it for
long
your
as running
bedtime
Clipper,
as well,
yes.
right?
You can use it for any printer, but you have to keep in mind the sensor doesn't like single magnets in the bed. So if you have small magnets placed around your bed, that is causing issues. Of course, you can fix that bed with the no-go zones in Clipper. Yeah, that you have the faulty regions that you can define. But yeah, that's a little bit more work than for yourself to do. If you have just a magnet sticker, that's perfect. It works with pie sheets or Patinax, so FR2. I have an FR2 sheet that's 0.5 millimeters on top of a steel sheet that works perfectly. It can handle a little bit of Z tilt, about 3 millimeters. So if your bed is about 3 millimeters off tilted, it can handle that. Much more not. And yeah, glass is an issue. So if you want to use glass, then you have to use really thin glass on top of a steel sheet.
Which
The
defeats
sensor
the purpose of
distance
glass. Because the idea of using glass is to flatten the bed, right?
Yeah.
So,
but yeah, then yeah, not only that. In some cases, of course, some materials are giving a beautiful finishing on glass. But yeah, on that case, I would say take a piece of Kapton and stick it on your pie sheet, and you also have the same finishing.
yeah, Kapton tape on it, yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, the trigger distance is about 3 millimeters. So you have a bit of playroom if you are able to do thin glass of a millimeter or so. Well, you might have a chance.
So how about if I can get a company to do for me a special glass, and then in this glass I can impregnate one of those metal sheets, like sandwich it, like you have first layer is maybe like, let's say 1 mil, like you said, in size, the glass. Then the sheet comes, and underneath is glass for extra support, and on the side, of course, that it doesn't peel up or anything, that the glass will be formed around it, around the metal sheets, that it holds it down, so it's permanently, like almost like laminating.
I would just laminate it top bottom and that's it, and not on the sides, because if you're gonna go on the sides, the shrinking factor or the heat expansion of metal is different than glass. It will shatter your glass.
Yep.
Yeah, that's my thing.
The metal will expand faster than the glass will, and cause the glass to warp and cause it to crack and break.
So better to leave it open or even clamp it. If you have a 1 millimeter glass, that's strong enough to put clamps on it.
Yeah.
Needs to be toughened glass.
You'd be better off just using a metal sheet and put PEI tape on it. Or a Kapton tape.
And if you're still looking for that glossy finish, take Kapton tape. Yeah, you can buy it in very wide spools. I have a spool here of 300 millimeters wide of Kapton tape, and if I need really shiny, flashy surface, I just stick Kapton tape on my bed.
Yeah.
If you got a car that runs on gas, it runs on gas and it just works. Don't try to figure out how to dump dirt in the tank and then make it change it. Go with what works.
Yeah.
Hey, Red Light.
No. I want ultimately to get maybe like something like a rat rig, like a 500 or 600 size, to print maybe droids in the future, and also to do very large lithophanes.
Well, the problem with a large printer,
but
like if you go with a large printer, Matt, here's the issue with a large printer, other than the space it's going to consume, right?
Yeah.
It needs to be a Z dropper, right, or a Voron design or something. You do not want that mass moving around.
Yeah,
Dan Prentice built a really big robot on the P1P in parts. Almost anything can be done on a small printer in parts.
Yeah, but I can't put let's say a 400 mil by 400 mil lithophane on. I can't cut it up and glue it together. It does not work really well unless I do borders. Then I can but it still looks odd when I put borders on it.
We'll figure out a
No.
way. You're the thing, King. Figure out a way to make it work.
I know. The only way I can do it is if I roll it up. I can create right now. Depends on the size of the printer. On those printer, I can do run about.
Ladies and gentlemen, I got to interrupt. We got the one, the only. We've got the real Sam Brennis. Hey.
Hey.
You know what it's like. If you say my name 3 times, I end up turning up. So it's
Like the Wicked Witch of the West, huh?
exactly
Beetle runs. Beetle, real Sam Prentice.
That's it.
Oh, it was a
That's it.
Beetlejuice. That's what it was. You say his name 3 times, he turns up. Yeah, that's right.
He's
That's the
related to
one.
Beetlejuice.
That's the one. If you do it in the mirror, I turn up behind you. So you just got to watch out.
Beetlejuice.
No, going on the dimension, I can do run about 350 mil by 6 feet. But if I get a red brick, something like a big one like that, and I can have a Z height of, let's say, 500 or 600.
The Rattler doesn't come with that. So that'd be a real custom job, and that would be you'd have to up the size of your Z screws. You'd have to increase them because you wouldn't do it on just 3 Z screws. I wouldn't anyway because that's too long, and you'd have to put linear rails all over the place. And that's
I need
expense.
I need a specialized hot end because that hot end gonna run for probably a month or 2 before it finishes that.
Any hot end can do that.
Yeah, but
you can do any.
Just small.
I tested several
Just a small
hot ends,
hint.
but they keeps clogging up on me.
Just a small hint. Do you know the power consumption of a 500 rhetoric bed? 1.6 kilowatt.
It's a 220 volt power.
Ooh, no, I get a divorce for that. No.
Okay, it's PWM, so let's say 30% of the power is actually used per hour, but still.
Well,
Ouch.
there was a guy. What was his name? He's got a YouTube channel, and he
Can I
built
light a
1 meter
fire
cube.
underneath?
He built a 1 meter, or was it a 2 meter cube printer?
Yeah, the
in his
XL
garage.
thing.
And he said per day it cost him something like. He calculated the power consumption of it, and including heating the bed and printing, and he put a pellet extruder on it. Because if you want to print big, you want to go pellet extruder, otherwise you're wasting your time, right? But a point.
So Liam, what will it cost for that big printer of yours to run, the bigger one?
It's not that bad actually, because it's got a 1,000 watt power supply, but it doesn't use all that because once your bed is hot, you're just using pulse width modulation to top up the bed, right? It's PID tuned, right? So it doesn't use that much heat like power all the time. The initial heating that sucks the life out of your house, right?
What's new, Sam? How you doing today,
Get over
buddy?
that hump. It's okay.
He's frozen.
Sam? Oh, he's all right. He was frozen. Now he's not. What's new, Sam? What's going on?
That was weird. That was really odd. That's really odd. Not much. Obviously, did a live stream earlier. Now I'm back at the house, and everything's been taken out at the moment. So this whole room is being stripped, and then it's going to be made into my kind of editing studio. But on big printers, I've got a 1200 by 600 coming to me on loan, which is a Modex printer.
Oh, they're from Israel. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I think they are. Yeah. It's not coming from Israel. It's coming from Cornwall, actually. But it's being built there, and then it's being shipped to me. So that's going to be quite interesting. But yeah, the power consumption on some of these things are, it's quite a serious amount of power. And in regards to hot ends, there's a ton of stuff out there at the minute. There's that Simon Vetz, I think his name is, and he's just produced a really
LSD.
Interesting. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. They're quite an interesting bit of kit though, and I know he's gone to war a little bit with Slice Engineering, but if it works, right? But yeah, other than that, usual kind of stuff, really.
I think the next stage of printing is we'll go away from plastic spools and we'll go with
Pellets.
No, pellets is used for big manufacturing stuff. That's already existing. I think the what's been kind of shown recently for large industrial.
Oh, the liquid
is
the gel.
UV pure gel is the next stage. I think you extrude it out.
The Dutch guy did that actually.
But there's no heating, and it's just a UV light, so it comes out and it's exposed to UV and it hardens. So that's going to be the next stage, I think, for real 3D printing.
Something
There's a
similar
guy
like
in the-
technology of resin printing.
There's a guy in
kind of, I
Netherlands
think.
doing this actually.
Yeah, there's some big manufacturers doing it for big industrial printers already out there, and basically it's a thick gel that's extruded out, and then you expose it to a UV light, and it instantly hardens, so you can basically almost print horizontally with no supports, because it cures the moment it leaves the nozzle.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, so that I think that's a cleaner way of doing it. For a home environment, I think that would be a big step once that gets downsized for a home environment.
I
And
taped
also,
in,
it saves a waste of filament.
I
Yeah,
taped
no,
in,
but there's no recycling of it though.
I
Yeah.
taped in YouTube Studio the other day, a recording, then I downloaded it. When I put my video together, DaVinci Resolve occasionally will buffer on me and kind of lock up. But once it was done and I rewatched it before I uploaded it, I was freezing in different parts of it. My audio kept going, but my video was freezing. I was like, what in the hell? I downloaded this from StreamYard. So I don't know if it's my camera or what. I don't know what caused it. I emailed them. They haven't got back with me. But if you record something, it's going straight through StreamYard. You're not recording it locally. How that my video froze, I have no idea. But
Well, it's interesting you should say that, Jerry, because obviously that's one of the reasons why I streamed directly through YouTube earlier, is because I was having this upload, download kind of messing around stuff that we were having. And it was nothing to do with it being 720 or anything like that. And to be honest, the broadband speed where I'm at wasn't that bad. Obviously, weirdly, it slowed down when my laptop nearly ran out of power. But, you know, like, it's weird. It's really strange. But I figured I'd just give that a go and just see if that made any difference. I'm going to go onto OBS, I think, in the studio there, and then use my Mac, whatever it's called, the M1 Mac.
Your video and audio quality, I was watching on my TV, listening on my phone, typing. It was perfect, but occasionally your audio was off. So then I came in here to my PC. It appeared to clear up, but then a little bit later it happened again. I didn't want to keep bringing it up, so I didn't say it again. And
No,
then
it's weird. Like I say,
when I had you on, when just it happened a minute ago here, when I had you on full screen, you were out of sync a little bit, but.
Yeah, but I'm in a different location now, which is kind of weird. So I don't know. I think, but I'm still on the same laptop, so I think it might be the power of the laptop. But yeah, I've got one of those the Mac. I can't remember what they call them now. They're not Mac Office. The Mac something or others. The big jobby. I bought that a little while ago.
Jeez.
That's it. Yeah.
Big jobby means something totally different in the UK. Actually,
it does. Yeah, it
especially
really
in
does.
Scotland.
Okay, guys, I'm going off. I'm gonna do some stuff. And until the
All right,
next one.
Vincent.
Take care, Vincent. Have a
Bye-bye,
awesome
Vincent.
day. Thanks for dropping in.
Take care.
So on the Rat Rig beta testing, have you got the new board yet?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
What board are you
Nice.
using now?
I cannot say. Yeah, but yeah, it was a hidden Easter egg in the Red OS firmware or in the Clipper configs. It took a long time before people started noticing it. But yeah, there is a board, but it's a 5-driver board, so it's not a octopus or something. Because the idea behind it is the minion. Yeah, because the SKR2 board is a pain in the ass to get right now. It still doesn't support auto flashing and so on. And so they wanted something, and that's where the SK Red came in.
That's a mini.
No, but
So
Interesting.
yeah.
Okay.
How's
Did you,
how's your family doing, Sam? How's your little boy?
He's actually developed some sort of weird cough today, and he's been sort of coughing his lungs up, poor little bugger. But you know, other than that, all good, mate. Yeah, all good. Everything's ticking along quite nicely.
All right.
I'm still sick. I haven't kicked that fever yet. COVID.
Wow, you're a big boy, aren't you?
I
What
am
if-
a big boy.
Hey, Liam, what's up with your second P1P?
Same crap. They're saying that they don't. They actually messaged me back saying we don't see a problem and I showed them photographs of it being wrong, about the problem I'm seeing, and so they sent me a file to print, and it was still visible, and they said this was not wrong. I said, okay, here's my files. They're making it sound like it's a slice. I'm using their default profiles, like almost everybody else out there is using their default profiles, right?
Yeah.
And a profile will not create a wave on a flat wall. A profile won't do that, right? So, but I was going along. I'm going along with them, and I said, okay, here's my files. I want you to print them. Here's a cube. Give me a print of the cube using a black shiny filament, not your matte colors, because matte hides too much. I want a proper, like most people do. I want a shiny filament, like a black or a dark blue or something like that, right?
Have you printed other objects?
I printed trains and everything with it.
Oh, I was going to show his room off there.
It went dark.
Camera went down.
He's probably got a light sensor.
Hey. Yeah, I'm still here, but
you need to stand up and wave.
Your camera went black.
Is your lights on?
Yeah. Hold on.
What
the hell?
Interesting. But
why is the whole background? Oh, I think I screwed up.
Look at all those pretty goodies
yeah.
there. Looks like Santa's workshop.
So
I can go back. Well done. So
I got them to. I sent them my files. I'm waiting for them to print them to come back. One takes 30 minutes. One takes 10 hours. So I want to see what they come up with, and I want them to show me photographs of what they printed. And
who are you dealing with out there?
I'm dealing with Bamboo Lab Sport themselves.
Yeah, I know that. Is there somebody in particular that you're dealing with?
Let me tell you now. Because I have a ticket.
Hey, Matt.
His name is. Yes, I'm calling him up. We'll call him out on live. Teddy.
Yeah, well, we know Teddy. We all know Teddy.
I
know Teddy. Yeah. He's a user. He's in France.
Well, Teddy's saying. So he's working for them as well.
Yeah. Let me call him. Let me message him and say that you're a dick.
Wow.
Up you go. I don't care.
Oh.
I've been called worse. But no, it's
Teddy's.
I sent him my files. He's going to test print them.
Wrong one.
What a shame.
There it
That's
goes.
really weird. Why does he keep doing that?
I don't know.
Oh.
Is it computer? It looks like the computer is buffering. The laptop's trying to keep up. It looks like.
Yeah, it could be. I haven't got the. Yeah, let me message him now.
Hey, Pete.
Teddy's really good. Teddy is really good.
Well, tell him to test print those two files. If he gets clean prints, right, out of those files in his printer, on his P1P, then not the slicing.
I think it's one in a million, though. You got a second machine with the same issue.
I agree, and it's weird, but they're both having the same issue. The old and the new have the same problem. The new has the issue. I wouldn't even say there's much of a difference, really. I wouldn't. There was horizontal lines, and I don't care about those because I did the K factor, and that solved that, right? I don't care.
Try different colors or different objects.
I've tried PETG. I've done it on cubes. I've done it on Jeeps. I've done it on trains. I tried it PLA. I've done it on black filament. I've done it on purple.
Go grab a bunch of those things and show it on screen. Other than your box, grab a bunch of other things.
There you go, sure.
That's it. Send him away to do something else. That's the way.
Well, it's a shame that he spends this much money. He's having issues. So.
Yeah, but that's the funny thing, though, isn't it? Is think about all the people that maybe buy like a Ford car, right? How many probably hundreds of thousands of the people that buy those cars are probably going to have a recall or a problem.
Yeah.
I've got. Bear in mind now, I've got 5 P1Ps, and all of them are printing fine.
You don't have this issue? What the hell is going on then? And you're using the default profile?
Yeah.
That's what I'm
using. All the stuff I've used with those has all been defaulted profiles. There's not been
I'm using default generic PETG. The print quality is fine other than the lines on it. So, okay, there you go. You see those lines? There you go. See those horizontal lines?
Uh-huh.
are the vertical ones, right?
Yep.
On all my prints. Then that's PLA blue. This is PETG. You see them there?
Yeah, that's it's got ringing in it. It's going to be belts.
No, it's not belts because I've went through the tuning process over and over again. I done many with all of them.
Liam, I get that you've tried it.
Yeah.
But you're getting artifacts in those prints.
I am.
So it's either going to be your pulleys.
I think there might be pulleys.
Yeah. So if your pulleys were not completely round,
that's what I'm suspecting.
That's very probable. And certainly at this early stage of the game, if you're using that, I would say it's probably you've probably got a couple of 40 pulleys on that when it's been assembled.
Yeah, but I've done two of the same machines, and they sent me a replacement, the exact same problem. So it's a quality issue on their side.
100%. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and that's what I'm trying to stand. I'm saying to them, I'm saying, look, there's a problem with the machine. And they're saying, no, it's your slicer. And I said, no, it's not slicing profiles. And here's the interesting path. Those lines are approximately the same distance apart as the teeth are on the belt.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Zach popping in. Hey, Zach.
So I agree with you. I think the bearings could be their lower quality bearings are causing the problem, or something like that is causing the issue. I'm pretty sure of it. I just want them to acknowledge there's something wrong with it, and they're refusing to do so.
Have you dealt with Teddy the whole way along?
I'll have to go back and look through it.
The funny thing is, Teddy probably knows you, and he's like, he's a dick. I'm just going to muck with him.
He probably is, yeah. So Teddy,
you have to know Teddy. You have to know Teddy.
I'm not on the forums. No.
No. He's on Facebook. He's I've done a live stream with him. He's.
I don't know him. I don't think I do any.
Let me see if you're friends with him.
Message him and invite him in, Sam.
I think I might be friends with him.
It's Teddy GRD Senior.
Speaking of bamboo,
he's got like a Spider-Man profile.
Do I know him?
I'm sure you must do. Surely,
I must do then. If the Spider-Man logo sounds familiar.
I know, me too.
check my small camera. Speaking of bamboo.
Let me see.
Look on the tinfoil under the bed.
Oh my god.
Oh, is it bad?
1.2 millimeters.
Oh wow, mine is not out of that.
So you're off on your bed quite significantly then.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I got the new one already, but it's they are doing new QC on the new batch, so it takes about 4 weeks before they start shipping out the new ones.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably, it's a bit like, let's be fair. If you had so I went for a stage of owning quite a few Creality CR10 S5s, okay, because that was the biggest bed that you could buy, or biggest printer that you could buy as a bed slinger at that particular point. It was crap because the heating matrix was only 300 by 300 to try and heat the whole bed. But what you'd find with those things is that after about 100 hours of printing, the front bearing for the y-axis would then go bad. So, the idea was not just to replace it with another one that's going to go bad, but to replace it with something that was decent, which was like a tooth bearing in the end. The amount of people that I spoke to about that, just trying to, how do you improve that? And it was a quality thing. So when they first came out, the first batch of machines were very good. And then, of course, after a while, the quality, because they're trying to buy in bulk, it diminishes. It's a fact. They're gonna want to save money. So we're seeing, we didn't see, the initial people didn't really have these issues with the beds and things like that. It's because obviously they're trying now to buy this in bulk and get the things out the door as quick as they can. And that's what any business does. That isn't a detrimental, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Of course, it is a bad thing when the customers are saying, hang on a minute, I've got deviations in my bed and this is why it's a poor product. So over a course of time, you're going to probably see more and more of those, and then of course it's going to cost them in the long run by trying to go cheaper.
I don't know friends with Teddy, by the way.
No.
Now that you mention the name, it sounds familiar, but I don't think I know. I don't know if I'm friends with him on Facebook.
He's a YouTuber as well. Let me see if I can find
private chat. Let me see if he's there.
Yeah.
I'm sure I know. It's now that you mention it does sound like somebody I know, but it just.
Sam, did you see how fast 3D Drucker leveled his bed earlier with that probe he's testing on the
I
rat
did.
rig? It was
Yeah,
like
I was,
lightning
I, was,
fast.
I was watching that in the background. I was like, oh man, that is amazing.
We're sitting there
Absolutely
drooling, saying we all
amazing.
need him.
Let me fire it up again on the small cam.
It's so good.
Oh, you got the beacon. Yeah. Oh.
Yes, sir. There he goes
Amazing.
on the small cam.
It's $70 a pop. You know, my biggest thing is I need the IDEX support for Clipper.
Is there somewhere on the red
No,
rigs?
it doesn't
It's-
do mirror and duplication mode. It doesn't.
No,
do it.
no, correct. No,
That's what I
that's
need.
not there.
That should work
Yeah.
on my hypercube then. I got Clipper on my hypercube.
But I need it for mirror and duplication mode.
Well, actually, the RepRap guys were talking with the people from Beacon to integrate this, and it seems that RepRap is able to connect to a Clipper MCU. So they have something on the background. So RepRap firmware can use Clipper MCUs, but it's not fully developed yet. But likewise, because of this thing, they might still push this more forward, so that they would be able to use the beacon with its Clipper firmware, and RepRap is able to connect to it.
Yeah, well, I was speaking with on the IDEX stuff. I was speaking with the guy who had made it work on a Core XY, and they've now said that they're actually going to. They were developing it. Now they're changing their whole approach, so they're going back to scratch and rechanging it again.
There you go. I
What's
was
going
trying
on,
to find it.
Zach?
Non-fans just linked it actually. Even Akuna Mards has just mentioned. We all know him. We all know Teddy. We might
Then
not.
I must know him.
Might not admit to knowing him, but we know him.
I mean,
I
I
must
know
know him. Yeah, I must know
he's
him.
in a group with he's in a group with several other people where I am in. You were in the. I think you're in there too, Sam.
I'm sure I know
Probably.
him now.
I've got a lot of those. I get added to a load of these groups talking about something or other, and I normally mute them or leave them immediately because it's just like it just zaps my time. It's like looking through TikTok, hundreds of people telling me different things. It's probably one of the reasons why I miss quite a lot of stuff as well. But yeah, he's a good guy.
I know
He's a good. He's the guy that actually helped me with the AMS slot issue that I had. And you know, I published the video, I did a live stream on it. They watched the video and went, yeah, we know what it is. And instead of just replacing the feeder part,
Connection gone.
All replicated.
Well, everybody do that. Come on,
Yeah.
everybody do that.
This is his size.
This is
we're saying,
this
I've done
is
like
Sam.
4,000 hours on this.
Okay, Sam. You pause doing this.
Your video's still frozen.
I know it's weird, isn't it? It's really, really weird. Why
Oh,
that
now
keeps
you're
doing
back.
that.
Here's a feeder
Yeah, it's
here.
really weird. Yeah. So did they replace the whole thing?
Yep. I still think it was a weak motor on it because everything else looks perfect.
Yeah. Again, you know, this could be another quality thing. This could be something that they, you know, they're putting these things out there, and all of a sudden people are starting to have the same issues, all on feeder one.
I might
be
just
anything.
go and
Could
take
be
out
anything.
some of the bearings and figure out their sizes, and go. Or maybe they'll tell me, and I'll go order a set of them, and like myself and somebody else, and try fit them and see if I can get rid of the issue. But it is mechanical for sure.
Yeah, I mean the other thing, what we're finding, or certainly what I'm seeing, if you look at you know, Stephen Lightspeed, you know, he had an issue with some bearings, we think, but I think the reason they wanted the machine back is so that they can do the tests on it to see what's actually gone wrong, because obviously they're trying to prove what's right and what's wrong, and if a manufacturer has messed up and given them, you know, crappy bearings, then you know that's the kind of issues that
They
they're
have one
going
of
to want
mine
to
already
diagnose.
that was sent back, and they I don't know if they're doing that on that one, but they should be, because I sent one back. And they sent me a person.
Yeah, I mean, they
Did he
still
go to
have to
Texas?
prove it's happening so
Yeah.
often, you know. I'm sure they need to prove a pattern before they could go after.
Well, there's a couple of
supplier.
other people out there that I know of who are seeing the same issue.
Undoubtedly,
Ike,
and you
the
will.
same
You'll see
Ike-
more.
same
You'll see
Ike.
more. Because sorry.
Go ahead.
It's good. Like I say, I think you'll find that more people will come out with it. The thing is, because it's such a hot ticket, because it's such a fast seller, you know, and it's out of the box in 15, 20 minutes. You know, I think people are finding that, you know, it's very easy to complain about it as well on all the forums and on Facebook and on Twitter and stuff like that. It is very easy to complain about. Whereas obviously, if you're taking your time with, you know, a rat rig or a Voron, the likelihood is actually something you've done or something that you've misstepped. You know, that is generally the likelihood, because the quality of certainly LDO and also rat rig stuff has been top notch. So I can't knock that at all. But we've seen it all before. We've seen this before, certainly with Chinese printers, where we have a pattern of stuff that comes out and it's really good, and everyone's like, yeah, we're going to buy it, and then they start cheapening the product. And I suspect, you know, that's probably the case.
No, I don't doubt that. But I went about 4 weeks with them.
It's frustrating, though. It's really frustrating.
It is.
You want a printer that works, of course.
I wanted to produce toys, and I wanted toys to look good. And when they looked like ripples all over the place and ringing all over the place, it looks okay. It's not looking great though.
Well, it's not good enough, is it? That's not as it's
like,
been sold.
I'm giving these to kids for Christmas, right? I don't want them to look like this when nobody else's does. I can print toys cleaner than that on 60 millimeters on any other printer out there. Even in their 3 can print better than that. So,
totally agree with you.
Yeah, so
Totally
I was going to
agree
ride
with
up and
But again,
watch
you
the
know.
rocket launch today, but the odds of not scrubbing weren't high enough for me to spend 5 hours driving.
well, they were ready to launch, and somebody drove someone's boat. Came
No,
into the launch.
that is a completely different launch. I'm
Oh,
talking
you're in
about
the
the one
Wallops
from
one.
Wallops.
Forgive me, yeah.
Yeah.
The one in Wallops, yeah.
Is this the one that had the 3D printed part that was printed on a Prusa or was printed on a bamboo or something?
No.
Yeah.
Printed on a bamboo because the quality was scrapped.
Well, that was pretty funny.
No,
this
the
morning when
3D
it
printed
fired all-
rocket.
That's pretty funny this morning when it fired all of its engines and then they aborted that fast.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that one was 85% 3D printed by mass.
Yeah, that yes.
And its whole thing is that it the tank sections are all printed by a custom 3D printer that company designed.
Yes. And
It's
it-
basically like FDM, but it's a wire welder with a rotary table.
Yes.
And then Liam said when they actually did launch, we were watching it, they lost their launch window, so they had to stop.
Yes.
They had like 5 more seconds to go, but they had to stop at a certain time, and that right there killed the whole thing, which I don't think that should have happened.
It was 25 seconds, but yeah, because of the launch window, they had to have a cold stop. They don't have a choice.
Yeah, they just ran out of time.
Yep. So they'll get another window probably sometime midweek, and they'll go again.
I was hearing tomorrow, possibly.
Maybe they haven't announced it yet.
Yeah.
Well, whoever recalculated that the last time, I'm sure just got fired because that was expensive.
No, he got no. He got a slap in the wrist saying, "We need to be more careful of this in future," and that's the end of it. It's
No,
their very first ever
I don't
launch.
even think it's that. I'd be willing to bet that it's, you know, it's here. It's mostly fueled up. We've got enough time that we can recycle it, so we're gonna try. And it was worth the attempt. And they got up close, and it's like it's just not right, and we don't have any time to try to let it fix.
They ran through the whole process, so they know the process works. They ran through all of the sequence, and they know the sequence works. So that's all testing for them as far as they're concerned. It's all validation.
I'm honestly, I'm surprised that it wasn't like planned that they go up until the point of launch and then cancel, just to walk through everything slow and test it.
They did that already today.
A launch is expensive, but the whole rocket blowing up is a lot more expensive.
Yeah,
So
but
I
they did that already today, Zach. They went through
yeah.
right up
I
to
watched the whole thing from when they
2-0.
went live until 4
Yeah,
o'clock.
so did I. Yeah. But no, it's good. It's a learning experience.
That's what you got to do. This thing's never been in the air before. I mean,
Max,
it
first
might have been
day
a
of
millimeter
the
in the air today.
It
but-
wasn't anywhere. With those hold down clamps, nothing
Yeah.
moves.
These are the
No,
warts.
we're
what
not
are the-
built over. No, we're not.
these are the lithophane what I was supposed to do like a couple months ago, but I couldn't because I didn't have the filament. So finally I got the filament 3 days ago, and I started printing as soon as I got it.
You guys can scan that on the screen. We'll take you to his Facebook group.
Isn't
You got a phone.
Because you see, I like it because of this glass. Because it's so nice and shiny, you know. And it comes out clean.
It's shiny.
It's shiny.
I wonder. This makes a good question. Has anyone tried any lithophanes on the Bamboo Labs to see how it'll do at speed?
Not yet.
That'd be interesting. I haven't tried. Like, I'm not a lithophane printing guy anyway, but I wonder how.
Is anyone?
Well, I only know one idiot that's really into lithophanes, you know.
It's me.
I called him an idiot and he put his hand up.
Yeah, Liam can do a lithophane. Say, no, it's supposed to be calm. Their waves aren't supposed to be moving. That's flat water in my picture.
Well, in my case, I create waves if I wanted to. That's funny. Yeah, but yeah. Oh, it's all fun and games until someone loses an eye, right? What movie was that from? I can't remember. I can't remember which movie it was from.
Sam, do you keep your work studio where you have all your 3D printers locked up so other people at your company can't go in there?
Yeah, so we got a so I was explaining earlier. So we basically got a closed off office space where our office workers will work, and then we've got like a secure section which is like what we call List X. So that's for our military, MOD, and anything that's to do with sort of precious, you know, hospital, prison, whatever, hard drives and IT equipment. So that basically goes in there and it gets wiped or it gets crushed. So there's only like 3 or 4 people that are actually allowed into that section of the business. Now, in that section of the business, there's then a flight of stairs, and then my studios are basically left and right of that room. So you kind of have to be in there to, you know, it's not something that you can just kind of wildly go walking into or whatever. But I did blow a fuse today, so you know we've got some power issues I think that we need to maybe address. So yeah, we're gonna look at that. But I've had
you kicked the breaker, you had to reset, not actually a fuse, right?
Yeah, so it was an RCD, yes, that had to be reset. But I've got heaters on in there, and obviously the printers, and again,
the power draw was too high.
Hey Milan, how you been?
So. Yeah, I think
probably
so.
need to run 1 or 2 more circuits in there and divide stuff up.
Yeah, I mean, luckily enough, in that room is actually where all the breakers are, so it's very, very easy to run something new in there.
Yeah, that's odd. When you turned on that printer, it blinks your video. That happens every time when you turn on one of your printers. Your video
You're
blinks
drawing
really
power.
Yep.
You're drawing too much power from the circuits, and when stuff powers on first, it makes a larger power draw.
That's it. And also, it was on the same power brick as my laptop and everything was plugged into, so
Okay.
That'd be why that happened. But you know, usually, I mean, this is small, but usually it'll be on a UPS or something like that. This is just a small one for the Wi-Fi and that here.
Okay.
As I say, I'm kind of moving stuff over at the moment. I've just swapped onto a different Wi-Fi, so hopefully the video will magic itself up. I've got a really peculiar Wi-Fi setup here because everything's on the it's like a smart home thing, so everything's kind of the gates close, all that kind of stuff via the old Alexas and stuff. So I don't know if there was a irregularity with what's been drawn and stuff in here. But
one of my UPSs went off the other day. I didn't have anything plugged into it, but it was plugged in. I'm in the living room. I'm hearing this buzzing. It's not a smoke detector, and I'm walking around. I got a couple of printers on, but not doing nothing. So I shut them off, and I'm going nuts. I can't figure out where the sound's coming from, and I finally found it. I had to go hit the button on the front of it. Why the alarm went off on it, I don't know, but just out of the blue.
That's really weird. That's really
So,
weird.
have any of you Bamboo owners printed the Hydra AMS upgrade yet?
I printed 3 parts, but I've never installed it yet.
Nope. Installed it and reprinting because I want the one without the fins.
So far, I've had really good luck with the one with the fins. My print was a little screwy though. I had a hiccup with the printer.
I didn't know you were French.
America, red, white, and blue, buddy. It ain't this way. It ain't this way. I don't know which way is France. This way or this way? Anyway.
That way, I think, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, I think the
so,
other
yeah.
way is Poland. No.
But yeah, I've been super happy with it. I've run a cardboard spool from Jesse in it. I've run a 3D printed master spool from KVP in it.
What I really like, I haven't printed it myself, and I may or may not print it, but what I really like and really appreciate is that that's exactly what the community is all about. That's the 3D printing community to a T, isn't it? Hey, there's a problem there. Can we fix it? Yes, we can. Then people are printing it. That for me is just it's such a win.
My print paused this morning, and my spool was hopping, and I'm thinking, okay, it's getting light. And even though I got the desiccant inside here to weight it down in the middle, I wound up replacing the spool, and it still wouldn't feed. So then I noticed, since you got white PTFE, I noticed on the back of the machine, on the feeder tube, there's a piece of filament about 6 inches long that it broke off. So this couldn't feed. So once I unplugged it, I took a piece of filament and I shoved it out. Then I just left the full spool back in. But typically, my spools, when they get really low and they're trying to feed, they tend to hop, even with the lid on.
I think most of them do.
You know, here's an answer for that, Jerry. Use a 10-kilo spool. It'll never happen.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I got it weighted down with this desiccant, and there's a lot of weight there, and I thought that would solve it, but maybe it's not. So if I end up with a bunch of these partials, I'm going to have to find an inexpensive way to, run all my filament together, melt it together, make one new spool, rather than having all these partials.
So Sam,
yeah, it's quite annoying. That it is quite annoying.
I made my own spool holder with bearings in it, and the other stuff was printed with 1 kilo spools. That was done with from a 10-kilo spool in the Bamboo Labs.
Hold on, I'm going to move you over.
There's no ringing on that one.
So I was just saying, these were all 1 kilo spools with 2 lines on them. This is the same one with the lines in them, and train, but this is a 10-kilo spool of PETG.
Jesus.
So with good bearings, you can run really large spools if you've got good bearings.
Yeah.
So it's basically sitting on top. The spool holder is basically 3 608 bearings in front and back, with a bolt through them and a base, and there's 2 sets of those, one on each side of the spool holder, and that's it. And it's just standing on a flat surface. And the Bamboo Labs can pull it, no problem. So any printer can actually move a 10-kilo spool if it's on bearings.
Sam, have your Bamboos been able to run a filament spool all the way out?
Yeah.
Yeah, always, yeah.
Same here.
Not much problem?
No.
It's funny. I realized the other day that Denise had written an article, and in it was kind of incorrect, because it said, the Bamboo Labs uses more filament than other printers, and the thing is, it doesn't. And this was to do with the P1P. It doesn't. It just purges a little bit, and that's the bit generally that you probably would have gone, it's stuck to the nozzle, and you pull it off and throw it in the bin. So it's a minuscule thing.
If you're doing one color, it doesn't. If you're doing an AMS with multiple colors, then yes, you are consuming, because all the purges.
Exactly.
But on a single color, it doesn't.
No, that's right. Absolutely right. But again, the P1P doesn't come standard with the AMS, and that was. I was kind of like, okay, yeah. I sort of see it was a little bit ambiguous, to put it mildly. But again, I'm happy. I don't, because Bamboo sent me quite a few things. I don't know if the quality check is different to what everybody else gets. I don't know that. But what I did see today, the 2 P1Ps that I unboxed today, they had 2 different boxes. And I thought, is one of them going to be one sort? One of them is going to be another sort. But from what I could see, it's exactly the same. But again, the first P1P versus the last P1P, I wouldn't mind whipping the back off and just seeing if anything is actually different at all. If any of the components look different, if the board looks different, if the steppers look different, anything like that.
Yeah.
Isn't everybody just assuming that they might have quality checks going down? Maybe it's top notch, and it's just random problems that happen because
I think it's supplier. I think if it's more of a supplier problem, what I'm seeing, than anything else. I think because right? Because like it happens in industry. I understand, right? But I think it's more of a supplier quality issue of the bearings that are being provided is causing the problem. I think if it, and I do agree with you. I think it's either the bearings, is probably are off, or they're not as freely moving. They seem fine. I checked them, but it could be the bearings are slightly off, that's causing the problems. But yeah, I don't think it's Bamboo themselves. I think it's they're using what they get to keep up with demand, and what they're getting is probably not up to scratch.
Yeah, I mean, I was backer number 300 something in Kickstarter.
Yeah.
And I've had no issues yet
Again,
out of
first
my
batch
machine.
would have been perfect because they'd have got the top product. As you ramp up production, the manufacturer who provides the parts ramps up production as well, and they may not be paying attention to the quality they're outputting.
That's when the quality
Look at
starts
the
to drop.
Look at the P1P from the beginning. Yeah, these had a fan on the MCU. Look at the P1P right now. There is no fan on the MCU anymore. So even there, they start chipping out. Maybe
Absolutely.
it was not necessary. Yeah, but these are the differences appearing already. The fan quality on the X1C, the last generation, they used whatever shitty fan, but mine was rattling out of the box.
Down. Yeah, they were failing, and they were very noisy and everything like that. You know, people were switching them out with what are they called?
Yeah, Nocturas.
Yeah, Nocturas. Yeah, they were switching them out with Nocturas.
So and if one fan is not giving any airflow, it's Noctua.
But but so what you do is you get a Noctura fan that has a higher higher flow rate, CFM, and stick that in there, right?
Yeah, but you don't want to have a high. You're not getting a high flow rate or a high CFM from Noctua, because these things are made to be silent, so no air pressure.
Yeah, but you probably don't need that much air pressure in there.
On my Enders,
no, you need a bit of flow.
On my Enders and CR10s, I put Noctuas on them, but they were 40-20. They were really super thick, and I had no problems ever. But the thin ones,
these are okay.
But just go to a thicker one, the 40.
Go to a thicker one with a higher pitch blade, and then you get a better airflow with it.
So here's a question for you guys.
40-28.
Who of you guys have printed much silk PLA?
Yeah, I've done some.
I've done a lot.
Yeah.
I'm having warping issues on overhangs with silk PLA. Am I giving it too much fan or not enough?
What temperature are you printing at?
Like 215.
I printed 210 and 60. And my layers are always 644 on everything I do, and I think fans like 80 to 100%.
But
and I don't usually have any issues.
The layer adhesion on silks is just deplorable because of the elastomers they add to the silk PLA to make it shiny.
Well, see, I'm not having delamination. I'm just having the edges curl up.
Yeah, well,
on overhangs.
On overhangs, well, that's because the layers are not sticking properly either, right?
No, the layers are sticking fine. There's no delamination issue at all. Problem I'm having is overhangs want to curl up.
I would try drop cooling, decrease your cooling on overhangs. I've printed a fair amount in silks. I don't print anything I want to keep with silks because I know it won't last.
Then we got a Walter White here.
Tom Naaman says it could be too much cooling. Yeah, so drop the cooling.
Yeah.
Bring it down to 50% and see how it goes.
Hey, Dave Gatton, how you doing today? You guys want to know anything about CNC? Dave Gatton is a man. Dave Gatton has a channel on YouTube, and he streams every night, 6 p.m. Pacific. He has a great channel. He has 3 other guys on with him, and he answers a lot of questions. And he always has a giveaway of a Jenny bit on every Saturday, 6 p.m. If you'd like to drop it, you're welcome to do so.
And meanwhile, professionally, I'm a CNC programmer, manufacturing engineer.
There you go.
You know that, right?
Yep. We're all jealous because you do big, heavy industrial stuff, and we work on these little rinky-dink stuff.
Well, haven't you worked on submarine drive shafts and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, the company I work for, we do drive shafts for submarines and all kinds of other military and maritime parts.
Yeah, that's. That's way beyond just basic CNC stuff.
Those bucks were from Photo Cement. Long time ago, I printed those. I'm thinking about putting them on my Etsy store. I'm trying to clean house. I got too much stuff.
Did Joe? Did you get anywhere with looking at webcams or anything?
Oh no, I was just wondering what you're filming with. I always ask people that stream if it looks really cool in the quality. I always ask if they're using a DSLR or webcam just for reference.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay. So I was just looking for in here when this room gets all sorted out. I'm going to need to sort of swap some. I don't really want to have to keep bringing things from point to point. So I was looking at whether or not it's worth getting a decent, like a 4K webcam. But even for this is only doing it 720 anyway, isn't it? So
a DSLR.
Well, I only pay for 720. If I was in 1080p, everybody would be in 1080p if you could do it. I've got an Osbot 4K webcam in front of me that tracks me. It'll zoom in and out. I got a lock right now, so it won't move. And
I mean, if you're recording videos for like your main channel, then yeah. But why would you want a 4K?
So the studio that I've got, that's recorded in 1080 through my switcher box, but they are 4K mirrorless cameras, Sony mirrorless cameras. There's 3 of them that are on that. So, but back here is where I'm going to be doing the editing and possibly doing like talks and stuff like this. So, you know, that was kind of the idea, really, is being able to have a decent enough camera to go, okay, if I need to do a piece to camera, then I can just do that from here without having to break down the stuff that I've got at the studio.
Whenever I tape any videos, I usually use my DSLR that I bought a couple months ago, and I'll combine that with my cell phone, and then I splice everything through DaVinci.
Yeah. Most people don't watch stuff in 4K anyway, right? Most people watch stuff at 1080 at most. Exactly. And if you're watching it on YouTube, you're watching it at 1080 in most cases, right? Yeah. So anything greater, like if you get like anything greater than 1080, really is superfluous, right?
My new DSLR, I think it's a Canon Rebel T6i, is what the new one is.
DSLR is perfect for it. It's really high quality. You can zoom in and out. You can do a lot with it with a DSLR. So
the only reason I bought it was for filming resin lapses. I hook up a cord I got from Uncle Jesse. I plug it in on my layer. It takes a picture every layer shift. So after one print is done, that's like 4,000 pictures. I throw it in DaVinci Resolve, and then I speed up the video and I zoom in on it. That way you see it coming up out of the resin.
You know, I would rather see a 1080 120 FPS stream over anything 4K.
You know what, Jerry? I have one of those resin lapse cables. It was delivered. I opened the bag. I just saw it was all there. I plugged it in to make sure it worked. I do so little resin printing. I've never used it.
I have 2 cables. I asked him. I bought the first one. Then I asked Andrew Sink, his partner. So I said, since I plug you so much in my videos, is it possible you could give me a second cable? Which he did.
Yeah, it's still in its bag. I saw.
Okay, what have we got in the back room? Bamboo Lab P1P. I just have an emoji. Now they popped out. Okay. If you're going to want to pop in, I need to know who you are before I pull you in on screen, so we don't have anything crazy.
It was probably Teddy coming in to call me an idiot.
Oh, I don't know, but I need to have somebody confirm who's popping in if I bring them in and I can't see them. Because a long time ago, I've had 2 people pop in that done some things they shouldn't have done. I'm trying to hurry up and hit the remove button.
No worries. Well, there's an Elgato 1080p camera that I was kind of looking at for this, and but then again, I maybe should sort my Wi-Fi out before I start mucking around with anything else.
Don't go Wi-Fi, go hardwire. That's Wi-Fi is a mistake when you're doing video streaming.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's just on my laptop, and I wasn't set up to. It's only because Jerry popped onto my stream earlier, and I said I'm going to try and get onto your stream later. So that was.
I know, but still.
Here I am with my €9 USB cam.
Go hardwire if you're going to do video.
I only pay for internet in the house. My TV has apps on it that I pay for, and I was paying $125 a month for a high tier on internet. Now I'm paying $60 a month, and my up and downloads are really low. I can barely stream with it, but it's either that or I pay an extra $70 a month, and it's slightly better. So.
Jesus. You know what the internet prices are here in Germany? I pay 29 euros a month, so about $35 or something in that range for 250 megabit fiber and 50 megabit upload.
Wow.
Wow.
I pay 150 a month for TV, including 2 TV boxes and DVR on one, and then I have symmetrical fiber that's 1 gig up and down.
You know,
Oh yeah.
Jesus.
I don't have anything like that. There's no fiber near me. The only fiber, which is kind of interesting, the only company that provides fiber in my area, right around the outside of my sub, the fibers run for it. It's a company that's all they do is pure fiber, and they won't run it into the sub because they don't have enough people in the sub to warrant running it in there. And I pay for 75 down and 20 up, and I pay about 120 a month business rate. I pay a business rate because the amount of data I move per month is so high that if I was on a normal home internet connectivity, I blow my data caps every month. I average about 4
Wow,
terabits of
that's
data I move
crazy.
on my connection a month.
That's one
Even
thing
when
I
it's
like about Verizon. It's there's no cap or throttle threshold.
Yeah, well,
I wish I had
Um,
fiber.
no, I have. We have data caps on residential, so I pay for the business, and I also pay for the business because I work from home, and if I have an outage, they have to be out there and have it fixed within 3 hours. They're under contract to do so because I pay a business rate. But other than that, but yeah, there's no fiber. There's no fiber option in my area. I'd love gig up
No
and
more.
down. I'd love it.
No more.
But
Yeah, it's nice.
I average just over 4 terabytes a month is how much data I move over my internet connection.
I have 1 gig, £57 I pay a month
Yeah, you see,
with Virgin.
And not bad at all.
that's a good price.
When I was paying 125 a month, it was a gig down, 35 up. And now I'm paying
That's-
60 a month, and I don't remember what it is. It's really stupid.
I think you guys getting ripped off.
Over here, oh yeah, in the big tech. And here's the worst part of it: fiber company, the cities go to the companies who are providing to a city, and they negotiate a rate, and the
Yeah,
rate never
I heard him say
changes.
that about Windex. I haven't tried it.
And the rate never changes. So what's happening is it's a fixed fee, and it's fixed for 10 years or 12 years. That's how long they sign the contract for.
On all my prints, on every print, ABS, PETG, PLA, perfect for making the bed clean. €1 at Lidl.
Oh yeah, for cleaning the bed. Oh yeah, because it's got alcohol
Yeah.
and soap.
Yeah, and it's taking grease away. Instead of cleaning your bed with isopropanol, you're just smearing out the
Yeah,
grease.
so
Nothing more,
what-
nothing less.
Yeah, what I do is I wash mine with Dawn dish soap, and when it's clean, then I use IPA afterwards to clean it up. Or you could use Windex, which is a combination automatically.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's Lidl Windex
Lidl, yeah.
or Lidl. Is
Well,
it?
it's German,
you,
actually.
You pronounce the I, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. I've got all 3 of the big German supermarkets in my area.
Yeah, we have a Lidl nearby.
All the best products in the world came from Germany, and then they came to America at a later date. It's
We've
like
got
all of our scientists after World War II were people from Germany.
I've got a Lidl, an Aldi, and a Trader Joe's. All 3. Like
I must let you guys down, I guess.
But you know why the made in Germany stands for, actually?
Yes, you do.
What's that?
But you know why the made in Germany stands for, actually? Because it was always like, oh, German quality and made in Germany, and people are really happy on that. But actually, it had a negative side. After the Second World War, the people could refuse from German products. It went the other side because of the engineering quality in Germany.
They're saying something's jerry-rigged.
Who said that?
You've never heard the term jerry-rigged?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I hear it.
Not because my name's Jerry.
No. I mean, you can apply it in multiple things.
Yeah, but so No, we just apply it to Jerry because it just means something went wrong.
It's just like nursery rhymes or any story you've ever heard anywhere in the world. They all have a real meaning and a background behind them, or from a real event that they made a rhyme out of, or a nickname or a slang or whatever it may be.
Yeah, like Ring-a-Rang-a Rosie, and
What about that one?
I know that's kind of like a song. What happened? The posies, whatever.
It's during the Black Plague. And
Yeah, exactly.
Ask Chat GPT, and we'll all have the answer. So
Thing came to my mind.
I believe it came from the Black Plague, the Ring Around the Rosie song, tune, because the pocket full of posies was to block out the smell of people dying during the plague, and the tissue we all fall down because sneezing was one of the first signs of the plague.
I remember that on 60 Minutes, there was products coming out of Japan in a place they named USA, just so it would say "Made in USA" on it.
Did you see recently that people are saying that even if you buy something and it's all built in the US, just reboxed in America, they say made in America?
As long as the production started and finished in the United States. So what they'll do is they'll like cut the fabric, ship it overseas, have them make it and send it back, and then they'll sew in the tag that says "Made in USA."
Or
and
put it in a box, so rebox it over here.
Your mic's breaking up quite a bit, Zach. Kind of weird.
Yeah,
I've got a cat on my face.
Okay.
And we don't see it. Come on, let us take some pictures.
Did you say you had a pussy in your face?
Oh.
This could take a whole new turn.
Wow. We went there.
Her claws are really sharp, so she's like stuck. I'm trying not to get cut.
Oh gosh, I'm not going to go there.
I can't even look.
Oh.
I've never seen that a product that said made in occupied Japan.
I've got something here that says "Made in West Germany."
West Germany, yeah, because
Ketcho.
that was a long time ago.
What?
I actually was in Eastern Germany for at one point. I went there.
Flaw me at all.
1989, 1988.
Reagan era.
Yeah,
It
just
was
before the wall.
After the wall came down, I went there.
So I have a Warwick brand bass, and this is from like 1996, and they hadn't updated their stamp to say "Made in Germany." It still said "Made in West Germany."
Did you know that in Germany you pay a repatriation tax every year? That basically says that the money is supposed to go to industry in East Germany, what used to be East Germany. Is that still in the?
Yeah, they stopped with that. Recently, they stopped with that. Actually,
They did. Because when I was living there, we were paying.
I think that was
repatriation
only for 25 years or 30 years.
I
something
can't
like
remember
that.
how long, but it was there when I was there.
A generation had to pay for it, I believe.
Yeah, because I used to pay when I lived there.
Solidariteitssteuer.
Yeah,
Yeah, just
So they
same
actually
as
stopped that. That's
cash
good.
tax.
that was a lot. That was a fair.
Yeah, but that one you can refrain from. Kirchensteuer. So
Yeah.
the church tax you can sign out of the church here.
In the
Yeah.
past, not, I think. In the past,
Well-
there was a law you have to pay for it. In the 80s and 90s, I remember.
Oh,
You
you
could
visited her?
avoid it, but
Blow, make me big, Jerry.
I'm
not
just
a cruiser
letting
caster.
you know what my mom told me, so I didn't pay tax
Hold
when
on.
I was 14.
Fucking. Come on now. Do it this way.
I
Is that
figured
on
everybody was
pedalboard?
playing with their pussies. We were going to do a giveaway, but everybody set them on the floor.
McDonald's.
There.
McDonald's.
McDonald's.
No, it was upside
I thought
down.
it was a pedal board.
It's good.
Come on. You focus for a second.
You have to canoe with it too? I love that.
Almost.
Got it.
We can't see the name above it, but I see the M.
W.
Yeah, West Germany.
West
Yeah,
Germany. There
yeah,
we go.
there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, McDonald's.
Is that Walmart?
Walmart on the front, McDonald's in the back.
Sorry, Zach. I'm so sorry that we're taking piss from you.
Right there's the So that
No,
one's
we-
just made in
Norwich.
Germany.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah, I remember those. I think my cousin had one of those.
Well, K2 said he never got that toy with his Happy Meal.
Ziltech partnered with Big Tree Tech here in the U.S. And I guess if you use code BTT23, you'll get free shipping on orders. It says over $50 for a limited time. And if you use my code, you get 5% off. You don't get free shipping. It's over a certain amount. But this is something they just started doing within the last day or so recently. But they sell extrusion. They have some 3D printers. They've got resin. They've got filament, a little bit of everything. And I order quite a bit of filament from them when I can afford to buy it.
Okay, so y'all watch me get kicked off the stream. Does anybody else notice that Ziltech does not have very big discounts when they give them? They're all
Sometimes
like,
they have 10 or 15% off. Before the pandemic, Zach, with my discount code, because I'm an affiliate with them, you get 15% off your order
Yeah.
and free shipping over $75. But after the pandemic, all that changed. Now it's 5% off and no free shipping. It's free shipping over a certain amount, but things changed. With every company, a lot of things have changed.
oh yeah, yeah.
The cost of shipping has gone up. It has got
Yeah.
ridiculous. Like even there's a company here. They used to offer $5 shipping for your filament spools, next day delivery within the US, right? And now they're charging $10 because the cost of shipping has gone so crazy over here.
Okay, the giveaway is going to be for one roll of
Hold on, let me
ABS,
enter.
Oh, hang on.
Go! Don't let that
one roll of
go.
ABS,
Go.
PLA, or PETG from Ziltech. You must be in the U.S. You must have a USA address that it can be shipped to. Anybody in the world can enter, but if you win, you need to be in chat to respond once I draw, and it must go to somebody in the USA. That person needs to respond to me within 2 days. So don't wait till, because we had a person win about a month ago and he never got a hold of me and he didn't win. The following week came around and I redrew. So please get a hold of me today or tomorrow and let me know your mailing address with what type of filament that you would like. Let me turn this off.
Before you hit go in and delete Matt's name.
No, it's okay. Matt knows he can't
Add-
give it to somebody in the U.S. So anybody that wants to enter,
Add me.
bang USA in chat, and then you can
Okay.
donate it to somebody or I can redraw.
If I
Oh,
win,
I
I give it to Mink. If I
Chris?
win on YouTube. If I win on Twitch, I give it to Major Gamer Geek.
I want to roll a Polymaker the other day on Nick's stream, but I had said goodbye 10 minutes earlier, and somebody PM'd me and said, "Hey, Jerry, you just won." So I ran back to my computer, but he'd already redrew, so I missed it. So, oh well, things happen. Anyway, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Let's drop one roll.
Oh.
Build Overbot.
Robot.
Build Overbot. Are you
Ooh.
still in chat? Awesome. Congratulations. Congratulations if you're still here.
Yeah, he was there a moment ago.
Just say something in chat, Build Overbot. Build Overbot, are you here?
Yep,
There he
he's
is.
there. He's there.
Cool. Build Overbot. I'm going to throw down my email in chat. Please write down my email. And you know how to get a hold of me in other ways, but here's my email. Just go to ziltech.com, pick out a roller filament that they have in stock. Let me know what you want with your mailing information, and I'll get it to the rep. Our
K2.
winner last week, I contacted my rep, and she was on vacation and overlooked it, and it isn't going to get sent out till Monday. So there was a boo-boo from last week's winner, but it will go out. And here's
Congrats.
the email right there in chat.
Kevin, no, I entered twice, you see. I have ways of entering twice.
Yeah, wife and you.
Cheating, isn't it? Cheating.
I've been on streams.
No.
I've been on streams before, like Joe Tellings, and I'll have my wife open on one computer in YouTube, and I'm open on both, so I have double the chance of winning. And there's nothing wrong with that because she is on YouTube. I just had her window open over here and me over here, so I
There's
still don't
the
win.
difference here, Jerry.
I
is-
used my name for it.
Yeah, here's
Okay.
the difference is, see, Matt does that for when he wants to enter competition on his own, but when his wife enters competitions as well, he claims the prize as his and then not give it to her.
Hey,
Yeah.
50% is mine.
No. See, you're wrong
No.
there.
No.
The way it
No,
works in marriage
how
is that
how the saying goes?
what's yours is mine, what's mine's my own. That's what your wife's point of view.
No. So what is hers is what is mine, and what is hers is mine.
That's her point of view, not yours.
No, not my point of view.
Awesome.
We're still having argued with that.
And next week we'll be giving away one more roll because Ziltech allows me to give away 3 rolls a week. I don't benefit from it. They don't give me any free filament. Other than my droid project I'm building, I wanted to order 5 rolls. They donated 2 of the rolls for free. And then I got my discount on another 3 rolls for my pit droid that I'm currently working on. So that was nice. So I said I'd plug them into videos, so they gave me 2 of the rolls for free.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, Michael.
Been a while.
Ahoy, ahoy. How you been, buddy? You'd like to drop in and say, hey, it's been a minute.
No, I didn't get it yet. No, I didn't get it. But I had a message from him, and he says it's on its way. That's all what he's saying. So
Hey,
he
Sam,
placed an order, and he waits for a ticket to arrive, something like that. I don't know.
What exactly is a mirrorless camera? How's it different than a DSLR, or do you know?
It's the way the lenses work, I believe. It's in the name, isn't it? There's no mirror in it, so it's the way that the light and everything comes in through the lens.
So I'll explain it to you if you want, Jerry.
When I take off my DSLR, I'm looking at the mirror. So
Here's the thing. Originally, SLR stands for single lens reflex. So that is, back in the film days, a single lens reflex was you have a lens and you have a mirror. And that mirror diverts the light from the lens up to the viewfinder. So when you look through the viewfinder, you're looking through the single lens. But, if it wasn't that, you had a lens for the viewfinder and the lens for the camera. So SLR stands for single lens reflex. In the digital age, to begin with, it was built the same way. You had a lens, a mirror, and you look into the viewfinder. But when the mirror goes up and the shutter opens, there's a sensor instead of film. So mirrorless means that there's no mirror anymore. It's a single lens going to a sensor, and then your viewfinder is digital. So essentially, a mirrorless it's just as good as a DSLR. It's nice being able to look through the lens that you're capturing with in an SLR, but the mirrorless is just a simpler camera.
It's removing a mechanical action of the mirror, having to flip up and down to open and close your viewfinder.
Exactly.
That's all it's doing.
And it's less likely to fail because when I do a resin lamp and I take 4,000 pictures and I do that probably 20,000 pictures per video, it wears out my shutter, which probably happened on my other camera. If it clicks so many pictures, I'm wearing out my shutter. That's why my other one I just put on Marketplace for $100. I've got the new shutter assembly to go with it, with the Rebel TI5, but below where the lens goes in, there's a little tiny screw, and I stripped it, so I can't take the camera apart. So I put it on there for $100 if somebody wants to buy it with the replacement parts, because you can no longer buy the replacement parts. So maybe I'll sell it, maybe I won't.
Try hot glue. Hot glue on the tip of the screwdriver. While it's still hot, stick it in there and let it go hard. Or a drop of super glue on the tip of the screwdriver and put it into the spot and let it go hard. Let it go solid. That will bind to it and it might allow you to turn it.
Well, I've already replaced the camera with another one, so
you might be able to sell it as a
maybe somebody else will say, "Hey, well, I know I can fix that." That's what they do for a living, and they can pick it up. Or they'll probably beat me up and say, "Will we take $5 less?" I had a guy contacted me on the Kaiwu wanting to know if I'd take $8 less than what I was asking. Of course, I'm not, because that's kind of really ticked me off that even asked me if I would come down $8 more. I dropped it down from 200 down to 120, and he wants to know if I'll come down $8 more. So
that sounds scammy too.
Don't waste my time. If you don't have $8 more, you can't buy film.
Well, here's what you respond to him saying. I'll take the $8 off, but I'll charge you $8 for answering your question.
Yeah. I try not to be rude to people. I don't want them to come out and legitimately want to buy something, and then they're here for a different reason, and then that becomes an altercation.
Oh, Jerry, you should try more of doing that, man. Honestly, like some of the scammers that I'm dealing with at the minute, I can't wait to bring the videos out. But I'm ringing them up now. I'm ringing them up and video calling them. I'm, you know, like I've got this one at the minute, and it's just a classic. In fact, is it all right to read you a little bit of the transcript? Let me see if I can find it here. Oh, it's so good.
Mute Matt.
Bear with me. Let me find the text. Okay, so there's this Chinese lady. So we open up.
Nope. There you go.
Pause again. Has it paused? I'm back.
You're right.
Okay. So this is the typical scam. This is the $60 shipping scam that they always do. Okay, so I said, okay, so what's the email? Because what I'm really trying to find at the moment is trying to correlate exactly how many of the people are linking back to the same email address, right? That's kind of the idea. So this is part of the real scam apprentice element that I'm working with at the minute. So first of all, this was anycubicofficial02@gmail.com. So send me a screenshot if you've made the payment. Anyway, the next day I said, oh, sorry, what was the email again? She's put crealityofficial97@gmail.com. So I was like, okay, I won't respond to it because I don't want her to think, oh, actually, I've made a mistake. Then we got onto this other link, which was send the payment now, PayPal me /smug_Matty. I was like, you really want me to send a payment to somebody called Smug Matty, right? Because that's really professional. And it goes back to Matthew McLeod, apparently, according to this. And I'm still working it out. But ideally, what I'd like to do is find out the people that are actually doing these scams and, you know, expose them when I can. So for this particular one, we've set up a phone call. And I've got a phone call with her on Monday just to sort of talk about the deal and see if we can open them up, see if we can get them to openly admit exactly what the scam is and why they're doing it. And obviously use it for my own content, of course. So it's fun, though. It's fun. And, you know, the thing is, in life, people always try and scam you one way or another. It's not everybody, but there are a lot of people out there. If you're a salesperson, you're going to want to get that extra commission in. It's just a fact of nature. It's just what they're going to want to do.
Try and get their phone number and give it out to and publicize it so everybody in the maker community can go into WhatsApp and blast them and flood their phone with messages.
Well, here's the thing, right? Because what we had been doing traditionally as a community is we go, oh, we speak out about that. And what they do is they then block you and then make a comment basically saying, oh, it's not a scam, everything's okay, I've managed to talk to this person. So you never actually get to see the response to it, but they look like they've responded to it. So it's really bad. And there seems to be a huge rise of these fake scams on there at the minute. Lots of people are talking about it, and you know, I think you've just got to do the best you can to keep
the person I sent you the name of. Is you found out anything about that?
Oh, okay, how are you doing today? I finally got an answer from USPS regarding my Etsy claim, where I refunded the guy's money when I said I have a no return policy. But it was around Christmas, and he gave me a sob story. He broke the head of the model. Actually said it came that way, but I think he dropped the model. So, like a dummy, my wife and son said, "Don't refund the $250." Obviously, he dropped it. You have a no return policy. Don't do it. So I did, and he said, "I'm going to send you back the model." Well, guess what? He didn't. My fault. I didn't get the model back first. So I put in a claim with USPS. We went round and round. Once I finally gave them the proper information they needed, they came back with a final answer that this other person didn't take it to a postal center for inspection so they could prove the box was damaged or what caused the damage. Therefore, they denied my claim. So the bottom line is it was my fault, because if you're not going to refund, don't make an exception and feel sorry for somebody at Christmas time. So I'm out a $250 model. If he would have sent it back to me, I already reprinted the part in resin. I could have repainted it, fixed it, and relisted it. But if you are going to refund, make sure you get them back first, no matter the circumstances. And when I asked him, I said, well, was the box damaged? He goes, no, the box is perfect. And I know how I packed it, and I know it was in a medical box that I used to get medicine, which was a heavy-duty box, but it looked like the head of the model was dropped. Because that's the only way that could have happened. He dropped it on the floor, and he broke the head. That was my guess. But I gave in to it, to my being nice, I should say, and I shouldn't have done that. So it's my fault.
So, Kate, my son is fine. I'm the one that's been sick all this week with COVID, so it's my turn. It's made the rounds around the house.
We just had a giveaway, Kate. You missed it. We already Build bought one a roll of filament. I decided to run the giveaway early. I try not to have a set time on giveaways. That way, people don't come just for the giveaways. But I know people show up when they can. And I've had people on Amazon contact me, want me to try this or try that, and it's not something I'm interested in. And they keep sending me pictures of other items that are unrelated to anything I do, and I'm not interested. One guy 3 or 4 months ago kept sending me pictures. I kept telling him no, 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 no. And then he sent me a picture of a male adult toy. And then that really pissed me off. So then I found a way to block him. But I've never had anybody ask for cash up front for an item. That I've never had happen. I get companies that randomly ask me about reviewing things, and I recognize the company name, and it's usually products I'm not interested in, or I've already reviewed something similar, and I don't want to keep redoing the same thing over and over and over. Longer.
What they often do, Jerry, is they'll come on to you, they'll message you, and they'll say, "Do you do Amazon reviews?" That's how they often start a conversation. I've gotten a few of them, and like Sam is gathering right now, and I've gotten a few of them. And I start chatting with them and all this kind of stuff.
Now,
and then I'll go to where they're posting, I'll pass them.
All major companies that we deal with have Amazon divisions. And in order for them to get reviews on Amazon, the person would actually have to buy the product. They would have to refund it. So what you do in that case is between you and them. But those are people that actually work for, let's say, Anycubic or whatever company. So that's a different situation.
Well, that's different. But in this case, they don't. They say they're working for the company, they're not.
Yeah. And even if they say they'll refund you,
scam.
Yeah, and even if they say they'll refund you and you don't know who you're dealing with and they don't want money up front, once you buy it and review it, they might just ignore you and you just made a sale for them or whatever, you know. If you don't, you need to know, they need to know, is this person work for this company? You need to check into it before you start buying anything or doing anything.
You validate the legitimacy before you
confirm who they are.
Yeah. So I've dealt with these guys in the past, and they're those scammers, and I call them out, and I say, you know, I'll chat with them for a while because I know what their game is, and then I'll go on to wherever they put their initial post out there, and I'll blast them on the post, and I'll do it at nighttime or at nighttime their time, so mid morning our time, so it's out there for about 6 or 8 hours before they see it. I always do it when I know they're asleep, so.
If you want to see some funny scam stories, just check on YouTube IRL Rosie. She is mega.
Is that the guy that gets the person?
The lady that does Siri also and everything. She's a voice actor.
No, there's a guy.
She is so cool.
Yeah, no, there's a guy in Scotland who does who's a hacker, who's a proper hacker, right? White hacker is what he is.
Kate,
right? So,
where did you send the picture to?
And he actually gets into their camera systems and so on for all these hack places, and he gets their video. He gets the guys' faces on camera while they're sitting at the computers working. So he hacks into their computers. He hacks their camera systems. He hacks their servers. He pulls the contact list. He even actually deals with either Calcutta. A lot of them are in Calcutta or in India, and he gets out. He goes to the local police station and reports them. He gives them all the information, even the guy who owns the business and everything. What floor you're on, what room you're in, on which floor, and everything. He's all locked down. He really tears your system apart.
Perfect.
Yeah, no, I like those guys. I like. They're fun to watch because, or the guys who would be on there with the guys pretending to be Microsoft, and they'll call somebody up.
Major Gaming Geek said buy and refund sounds like a scam. I've dealt with a company before with a reputable person, and then they referred me to somebody else through their Amazon division, and I have actually done that, but I knew who I was dealing with. So, and it was all based on they want to get a review, and it's an honest review. It's not a 5-star review just because that's what they want. It all depends. It all depends on the circumstances.
If you see a post saying, "We're looking for a review." We're looking for a 5-star review for a free machine.
Oh yeah,
those
are all over Facebook.
Don't near it. Walk away. Don't even think about responding to them.
Hey Kenneth, how you doing?
Wow, Kenneth, it's been a while.
Yeah, Kenneth said hi to me. I think it was on Sam's stream this morning. I seen Kenneth on there. Got a picture here from Kate. I'm going to show. Let me see what we got here.
Is the keyboard from the 1980s?
Mine? No, it's actually a brand new one, but it's
Yeah.
like a gaming keyboard with all
But I
kind
like
of bling.
the keyboard.
Here's something that Kate's been working on, guys. So hold
Okay.
on for a minute. 1 second, I'll show that.
Oh, some laser work.
It's steel series.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the picture that Jerry just posted.
Kate, tell us about
sure.
it.
Kate needs to come on and talk
Good.
to us on screen.
Kate, do you have a working webcam? I know you said you needed to get one. You're welcome to come on and chat on screen if you'd like. Or you can type in chat what we're looking at.
I'm going to do a bit more work tomorrow on my.
I'm gonna say she made that on her laser and it's the size of doll furniture. That's what I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it
Right,
is.
chaps, I'm going to step down before my camera goes out again. So I shall see you next week, no doubt.
Well, thank you very much, Sam, for coming on. Keep up the great
Thanks,
work,
Sam.
and we'll keep watching.
Thank you,
Nice
Jerry.
seeing
Great
you,
day.
See you
Sam.
guys. I'll see you soon. Take care.
See you.
Take care.
See you
Bye-bye.
later.
Bye.
Bye for now. Bye.
What was you wanting to show us? I didn't have you on full screen.
These keyboards.
The keyboard.
Yeah, but I like the clicky keyboards though. I like those.
Yeah,
I
that's
have
also why I have it.
I have an old IBM metal, big heavy metal base.
Oh, thank you for the follow.
I have one of those really old
okay.
heavy metal base and they're really heavy keys. They're a pleasure to type on though. Those heavy keyboards on.
I've got a Corsair that's colored similar to that, but it's got a border around it says Corsair. Lights up.
Mine has the
So
old.
Helge, who just joined, by the way, on the Twitch, German guy, also, let's say, somehow connected to Redrick. So I just posted the link that we are busy here.
Yeah. No, I have the one that I have has the old big round PS1 connections, not the small PS2s, the big heavy round PS1 connection. Remember those? On the old IBM keyboards, I have one of those.
Small round ones.
Yeah, but they're big ones. They're not
Hey,
small.
sir,
They're
Kieran.
big one.
Oh, the DIN plug, the
The
five
big DIN plug. The
five
small one was a
Yeah.
was a PS2, I think was a model type of the small keyboard, of the smaller connector. It's a much bigger, heavier one. But those keyboards, they're a pleasure to type with it because they're heavy and they're clicky, but they just feel good to use. You know.
Yeah, I don't see other
And that's
pictures
exactly
yet,
what this keyboard has.
but I'll
Yeah.
pull it up when I see it.
You have to pay extra for those heavy keyboards now. For those heavy metal keyboards, they're expensive, but they are fantastic to work on.
140 euros or something paid for this one.
Yeah, that
But-
sounds about right. It's probably close to the right price. Yeah. There's a company that makes them though. There's one or two companies out there that's all they make is those heavy keyboards.
And the thing is, you can take the keycaps off, and it has. You can control the LEDs. If you're on Discord, it has a Discord layout and so on, that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, but these ones didn't. Like this, like the one,
Yeah.
like some of the other ones out there now. Like I said, they make them for the really heavy duty ones, and they're made to be the heavy click. When you push a key, you hear click for each key you push.
Yes.
Yeah, even louder than that.
Oh, louder then. Okay.
Yeah, like the really old style IBM keyboards, right?
Yeah, Kate, I never got the second email. I'm still checking it.
And those are that's the level I'm talking about. Those heavy ones,
Yeah.
they're heavy metal ones, but they are fantastic.
And this one is also actually it's also a metal body it has. So
Oh,
it's
it does.
really
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so it's really drop on your desk.
It's good for two things. One, stability of the keyboard. Two,
Yeah.
if you get an intruder, it's a great weapon.
Just smack it.
Just smack him with it and you're done. Yeah, they still have key switches. Yeah, those old mechanical ones are great. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, but Kate, yeah, those really heavy keyboards are fantastic. I really, really like the one that I have. I had to build an adapter for it to make it work. Because the big old red DIN, you kind of adapt it down. So I had to build an adapter to make it work over USB.
I had a Logitech keyboard and I could not get used to that feeling of that. And I was like, no, I want old. Yeah, I was like the Cherry keyboards. Yeah, because these were the nice ones always in the past. And I wanted similar like that, but Cherry's not making them like that anymore. So I was like, okay, this one, hey, this comes very close to that same feeling.
What takes getting used to is the what do they call them? The ergonomic keyboards, ones.
Yeah.
They're okay, but it takes some getting used to.
Yeah.
I type with two fingers really. I type with two fingers really fast. And actually, I've done it for so many years. I'm really good at it, but I can't look at the screen. I have to see what I'm doing with my fingers. And sometimes I get letters wrong. But a lot of times people say,
or you're,
they'll say, "Is he drunk?" Because they look at the screen, they can't read it. Because I'll type it, and I'm saying it in my head while I'm typing. I hit enter, and I look at the screen. It's like, "Oh no, that came out wrong."
I find I mistype all the time on my phone because the keyboards on these are so small.
Yeah,
and my thumb will cover about 3 buttons. So takes a bit more practice. I often make mistakes in that.
Yeah, like this morning. That's right. Yeah, definitely. I forget what it was. I was typing to Sam Prentice, and I typed something wrong, and I noticed it, and I was like, "Oops!" And, oh yeah, I was in the living room, and I said I'm on the real computer now. I can type right, and then I typed it wrong, and Chris laughed because I'm on my keyboard when I said that. So then I caught it. Hello,
non-fan, whichever name you want to go by. No, that wasn't a mistake, K2.
I've had people message me on my group on YouTube, 3D Printing and Painting, and about something I said, a comment, and I've explained it to them, and it's really hard to convey what you're saying in type when you're typing sometimes. And all I did is make it worse, and I didn't mean to be offensive at all, but the person left my group over my comment, and I don't know, it's just something.
You got 3 ribbons, Kate.
It was misunderstood and through typing. So,
thanks for asking.
Thank you.
Next week he starts custom weight training now to build himself up because he wants to he really wants to do better with state stuff next year. So he's actually going to do 3-day-a-week weight training program and with a fitness instructor that is a swimmer to build him up to make him a faster swimmer.
Okay, Kate, I got the 2 pictures. I'm downloading them now.
So Liam, check it out. In just a second, Jerry.
Time up. Yep. Said a second. Time's up. Come on.
Tick tock, tick tock.
Okay. Yeah, Rocket Lab. What about them?
They didn't even. They had a 2-hour launch window, and they're not even going to attempt it because of the upper level winds. So I called it. I saved myself 5 hours of driving for nothing. That's number one. Number two.
Did they announce relativity?
So this is the breakdown of what went wrong.
Junior board was in the corner feed.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay.
Oops.
Okay, guys. When he's done, I got some cool pictures to show you.
Let's go.
1 psi low on second stage fuel pressure.
So that was, and their tolerance was set so tight. They allowed no leeway, and that's why.
Yeah, and that's what you would expect on a first launch, you know.
Yeah, they're learning, right? So then that's fine. So what they went in is they went back in and they tweaked the tolerances and they were rerunning the sequence, and that's fine. So when they do decide in their next window, whenever they get assigned another launch window, they will give themselves a small bit more leeway on tolerances. It's a learning process.
Yeah, either that or they'll figure out a way to actually hit their tight tolerance.
Well, they'll probably no. Most times they allow a variance. A slight variance is allowed, like temperature off by 1 degree is acceptable. Temperature off by 3.
Non-fam, what's your Twitch name? I don't remember. Okay, I got to share a screen here.
It's Abaddon, isn't it?
Kate sent me 2 more pictures. These are really cool.
Abaddon.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
Yeah,
No,
Bionic.
Bionic,
Okay.
Bionic, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Bionic.
Sorry.
So did you 3D print the bread and donuts?
Those are from Little People printed those, Liam. They're real.
Just because you're
donut.
shorter than everyone,
There's the
Joe,
one that
doesn't
we've
mean
seen.
we call you a little person.
That's really cool.
We know your true size now.
Diet big.
That's really awesome. Amazing.
Yeah. Did you resin print them or what? Well, you handmade them out of clay. Okay,
Oh, cool.
that probably would be faster than 3D printing them.
Very good. It's very nice. Chat, what do you guys think?
No,
We're
I like
live
it.
on Twitch and
think it's
YouTube right
nice.
now,
It's very cool.
so everybody can see this.
Well, that's really cool.
Very nice.
Very detailed. Yeah, see, I'm not. That's why I like doing larger mechanical stuff. I'm just not detailed enough. I'm not detail-minded enough for stuff like that. Doing tiny little details like that. I don't have the patience and time for it. It just annoys me. I'm fine troubleshooting stuff and I'm fine fixing stuff and whatever, right? But I can't do that detail. I don't have the mentality for it. That's why I'm a product manager, not a coder. If it was a coder, I'd have to be to detail. As a product manager, I can just complain about not having detail.
Here I come as sales.
No, I'm not.
Here
sales.
I come as sales. No, but I'm sales.
No, I couldn't do sales. Because the one thing about people in sales, and anyone who's in sales, I'm sorry, I'm going to call you out right now, but they fluff over the truth to make it sound better than it really is, so people will buy it.
In my case, not, and especially the people I deal with, no chance.
And that's what a lot of salespeople do, though.
Yeah.
In general, a lot of salespeople do. They
Yeah,
or they make promises they can't deliver on, and then they expect engineering to deliver on it, or engineering and PM to make delivery on it, and they don't realize it's probably 2 years of research to get where you want to be. You know. So,
Liam, I see somebody constructing your rocket.
oh, that's that's Kerbal.
I give you one-way trip to the sun. Yeah. You want to ride to the sun? I'm invite you to a barbecue.
Okay, Matt, we do not understand you.
There's God of War.
Your PC is not fast enough.
You need to feed the gerbil.
Voice is breaking up.
Yeah.
It's compressed.
Crap.
It sounds like it's delayed and compressed.
From Santa.
Better now?
God of War.
Nice.
No difference.
No difference. Oh no.
KSP is eating up too much PC resources.
Yeah, probably.
That looks great, Jerry.
You have to talk to Vincent for new PC.
Yeah. No, I need to
Resin printed it.
actually put more RAM in it.
That looks great.
I need more RAM. I'm only at 16
You
gigabytes.
need a
more.
faster video card, I think, as well.
No, the video card is only a year old or two. I don't
If you guys
know.
If you guys seen my video I put out a few days ago on
What
that,
card I have in that, so.
I took my whole shelf back there that you normally see in the middle. I had all kinds of junk on it. I boxed it up and I put almost all resin prints on it. So if you watch that video at the end of it, I took my cell phone and I filmed everything, put it in my video. A lot of stuff you haven't seen before, or you might have seen one here, one there.
Gotta go. Lacey just got home. I'll see y'all later.
All
Have a
right.
great night, Zach. Thank you.
He's
Have a
a
great
great
weekend.
like he's been busy all day.
And then there were 4. Anybody like to drop in? I can share the link. You're welcome to come in, talk, and chat, and promote yourself. And anybody on screen, you're welcome to promote yourself any way you like, your channels or anything you got going on, as long as it's not, as long as it's legal. Or
Yeah, Chris Kerbal was eating up his system resources.
No, it was fine before. I just
Now you still sound
changed
crackly.
That's
yeah,
true.
Matt, your audio's
Yeah.
screwed up.
Maybe it's not the computer. Maybe it's Matt is out of sync.
It's crackling and breaking up when you talk. He has his space game running, I bet.
No, he's gonna come back.
Oh my god.
Giveaway,
They
giveaway,
killed Matt.
giveaway.
Yeah, say giveaway 3 times and click your heels and Matt will review.
Yeah.
Man needs a reboot. I think.
Normally when he runs
we've
his
known
space
that for
game,
years, right?
usually
Come
when he
on.
runs a space game, he told me that it does that. His mic breaks up. Richard, I printed that on my Uniformation GK2 8K resin printer, and I do have an Anycubic Photon Mono X that I replaced the motherboard in, the control board, but I'm having a problem with it not reading files. Ladies and gentlemen, Matt is back. Hey, Matt.
Oh, is it better now?
Yes, it is.
Yo.
No, we preferred it the last week.
No, let me see if
I'm
it works
joking
now.
with you.
Yeah.
It
I
sounds
know.
good.
I'm sometimes too serious. We Germans are serious.
Richard, please check out my video on that. I
We
really
don't make
appreciate
fun.
it.
We Germans have no fun.
I know. I live
We
there.
don't know what fun is.
That's why I'm Dutch.
Yeah, Bavarians are fun.
We all frown.
No, the people in Bavaria are fun. I like Bavaria.
Yeah.
I like that area.
Yeah, I like to. I give you 10 quid if you go in Lederhosen next time when we stream.
No. I don't have any, so no.
Thank you.
And for $10, you want to be paying me a hell of a lot more than that.
Well, the community can help. I mean, community. I mean,
Yeah.
Okay,
Community funding.
Yeah, all 3D printer. Call all 3D printers. Who wants to
Okay, I'll
see
make
them in
okay.
Lederhosen?
On one condition. I do it for fun on one condition.
What?
If you'd yodel.
I yodel. Hey, if you go in Lederhosen. Yeah, fine.
We've got 16 people watching on Twitch and 13 watching on YouTube currently.
I think that's fair, don't you?
Yeah.
That was fair.
Yeah, I yodel. Sebastian, send him try to make it like a collective and send him some Lederhosen. We need to know your size too.
And if you guys haven't seen Sam's video, he printed that on his bamboo P1Ps and his X1
amazing.
carbon in many pieces, and he done it all in 4 days and put it together and stood behind it. And
Yeah. He printed it in 4
there we
printers.
go. Awesome.
Yeah.
It's
That's why he
amazing,
did it
that
in 4
thing.
days, because he had 4 printers going on south.
Well, they're at his work. They weren't at home, so he couldn't always run down there and switch a print. But sometimes things print pretty fast.
Yeah, some of the parts do. And on the bamboo, like, yeah, well, it depends on how many walls and how much infill he used and so on.
How much film he used? I think he said in his video how much he used to make that.
I
Got a video on that.
Did my voice came back or?
Your video's
Yes,
not
again,
got it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Some kind of issue in my.
And my video just went glitchy for some reason.
That's happening every now and again, Jerry.
So, Liam, why do you think that happened in StreamYard? I'm recording. I'm not live, and I don't have OBS. Did I have OBS running? No, I didn't have OBS running. I'm just in StreamYard taping, and later I downloaded it. And then when I edited it, it was all choppy, and I froze in 3 or 4 places in my video. I'm still talking, but my video freezes.
The
I think
bandwidth.
it's my. I'm recording, so I'm uploading.
Your bandwidth, your feed, your upload speed, your upload feed rate.
Huh.
Because audio will always come through because audio uses so little data. Video consumes a lot of data and stream your video feeds.
Well, Llama mentioned that I can. Kate's back. Llama mentioned that I can do local recordings, but then again, if I was going to do that, I can just use OBS.
You'd be better off doing it with OBS because then you're recording it local.
Then I can tape in really high def, and I won't be restricted to 720p.
Correct.
Because if I take DSLR footage in 1080p and my camera in 1080p, and then I have 720p in StreamYard, it'll pull my whole video down 720p.
Correct.
I edit it.
You'll be better off doing a local recording at whatever bandwidth you want. And then
OBS.
and I think the issue you're running into is because audio is continuing, but the video is pausing every now and again. Like even with Sam Prentice, was happening a while ago with Sam. I think what's happening is you're running into your video is consuming so much bandwidth. Audio will always go through because it's such a small bandwidth signal, but video will have to get compressed before it's transmitted, and that's causing the problem.
Is it better now?
Yes.
Yeah? But really?
Mm-hmm.
Better now.
Yeah.
Speaking of light,
how about
have to
now?
do something.
Still good?
Yep. Is it good?
All right, I know what happened. One of
what's
my
light
settings
for?
changed. Oh, I was panicking because
If
I
you-
wanted to stream.
If you printed that droid and you offered it up for sale,
Well, first off, you can't if you bought the droid because you don't have the rights to sell it.
yeah,
But I
you'd have
think
to buy permission
I
to do
think
so.
you can contact the owner of the Etsy site, and I think he might have somebody that may print them for you. But
Or he may sell you a commercial license, which could be a percentage of what you make or whatever, and then you can print them and sell them for others. Because
something,
he's
I'm
still
not
making
sure.
a kick out of it.
Or I think you could technically buy the files, you own them, and then okay, let's take me as an example, but I'm not going to do it. If I printed it and wanted to sell
Alexa,
it
cancel.
to you, you would have to buy the files for yourself, and then I think I could sell it to you. I think, but don't quote me.
That would depend on how it's published. So
Yeah.
a lot of people will publish the files and they want to make money from everyone downloading it to be printed. So they'll
Yeah.
say you have the right, it's for your use only.
Yeah, I read they have a Facebook group, and I read something on there about it, but I'm not going to sell my droids anyway. But I read something
Yeah.
on their Facebook group talking about it.
So you'd have to go and talk to the creator, and if they say yes, you can print them to sell them, they might say instead of selling it to you for $10 for the license, we'll sell it to you for $25 or $30, and you have a commercial license to print it.
The Facebook group is called Droid Division Print Club, and if you go on Etsy, just search for Droid Division, and that's where they sell all their STLs for many different things. Droid Division, and then on Facebook, like I say, it's Droid Division Print Club.
Yeah, but a lot of them, if they have a Patreon as well, some of them, if they have a Patreon, if you're at the right level of Patreon, they'll allow you to commercially sell as well. Like in the basic level, they won't. But level
like
2,
Hex
3,
3D, Hex 3D, I think it's like $10 a month, and then you can print and sell all you want.
Yeah.
Trevor with Navarre 3D, which is usually on there, but he's busy remodeling, getting ready to move his business. He's in like 15 different Patreons. That way he can print and sell things in the store from all these people. He pays for that right to do that.
Yeah. If somebody else bought the files and asked you to print it for them and just for them, that's legal because they bought permission to print it because they purchased the files.
Yeah, you can be hired for doing a job.
Yes, that's different. So you're providing a service, but you didn't actually acquire the files, but you're providing a service. But you can't reuse the files for somebody else because that would be that's wrong, right? But if you wanted to print them and sell them as a group, you could reach out to them and ask them, and they may say, okay, for $100, yeah, you can print all you want.
And another thing is, what you do privately is your own business, and we're not going to discuss that. But publicly, you can't. But if I wanted to print something for my son or my son's friend, that's between me and them, and nothing to do with online or publishing or anyway.
Just be careful that you don't want to go down the wrong road there. So
yeah,
it's if you want to sell commercially, you ask them.
The files, Richard. Droid Division on Etsy. Just type in, go to ETSY Etsy and type in Droid Division. Here, I'll put the link up, and you can see the price.
Jerry, I'm gonna drop off.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you for coming in. It was awesome having you. You have a great week. Have a great weekend and
be safe.
You all too. All the same. And till next time.
Have a great day, sir.
Ciao.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That's very nice of him stopping in.
Yeah.
He has a wonderful channel on YouTube and over on Twitch.
So just be careful about what you're going to do with it, guys. It's worthwhile asking if you want to make money out of prints. Most designers out there will allow you for a fee or for a percentage or whatever to sell their products. Not all, but the most will for either an increased fee, once-off fee, or some will say
the files that Sam printed were $37.85. Here's a link to their store on Etsy where you can find out more information. I'll put it in chat so YouTube and Twitch can both see it. Here's a link to their Etsy store where you can buy the files from.
They have some lovely designs there too.
And here's a link to their Facebook group on Facebook. Duh. And I'll get this posted out for you guys on YouTube and Twitch. That's Droid Division's group on Facebook.
Yeah, that's nice stuff.
And let's see. See what's.
Yeah, so if they're if you again, just ask the designer. That's all you have to do. Some will say, fine, I don't care. Others will say, I want a percentage. Others will say, give me a one-time fee, and that's the end of it.
And when you message somebody and they respond to you or they email you back, save that, copy and paste it. That way you have a record of whatever was discussed.
Oh, you got the P1P shipped? I wish you better luck than I've had, Chris.
Oh, nice. You're going to have amazing prints on it. You're going to be happy, and don't let Liam come in your house. I was on a group this morning. I think I was on a bamboo group, and somebody printed out this really cool little four-wheel drive truck. And he got it from this website called 3D Sets X. I think that's what it's called, 3D Sets. Let me share a link. Check this out. I shared it on my Facebook group. But they got a lot of cool models here. They're like little trucks and cars and things like that. And really cool. You guys probably like to check that out, maybe.
3D Sets.
Yeah, 3dsets.com. I shared it on my Facebook group. They got the 18 van, and they got all kinds of cool stuff here. Here, let me just share the screen. Easiest way to do it.
Oh, there's so many different parts. If you're into building it and printing in separate colors, yeah. I was thinking maybe you could something for toys, but because it's individual components, that won't work.
I actually had in high school. I drove that car in high school. It was an ugly blue, looked exactly like it. And then I cut off the front end, put a one-piece front end on it. That way, I got the headlights back out over the tires. But I had a bug just like that. Oh wow, door open.
Yeah, click on it.
Open. Oh, cool. Check that out.
Yeah.
That's neat. I didn't have a full roll cage of my bug, but that's pretty awesome. Then I put a gas tank back here by the back window out of a VW bus, which was like a bomb waiting to happen. You filled up gas right here. I cut a hole and I put a VW bus tank. I got a couple 4x4s, a couple straps, painted it black, and above the back seat I had a gas tank. That's neat. So everybody bookmark the site, and even though you may not want to buy something now, you never know. Here, let's see what else we got here.
Yeah, some nice designs, nice models.
Cool stuff. And if it's highly detailed like it appears to be, $30 is nothing. Those would obviously be for the STLs, and you have to print everything. But that's really cool.
I'm sure they're broken down by color as well. Print this in orange, print this in gray, print this in... Because they're individual components is what you're getting.
Go to the gallery.
Because if you scroll down, they just showed a while ago, you have all the pieces that you have to put together. Easter Bunny files, okay.
Wow.
Yeah, they're very detailed.
They're a cool VW engine. I've rebuilt quite a few.
Now that I'd drive. That would be fun to drive.
Have you seen those commercials on YouTube for the little mini machine guns where they're all happy that they got them in the mail and they're putting the little clips in them, putting the little bullets in them and cocking them? They're not real. They're metal toys, but they're real. They're really cool. They're screwing on the silencers.
No.
Pretty
neat. We don't have normal TV channels. Everything we watch, we stream.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about YouTube. They're YouTube commercials.
No, I haven't seen those.
These are really cool.
Yeah, they're lovely designs.
The figures look pretty phony, but the trucks look good.
Well, plenty of snow where I am, Kate. Don't worry, plenty of snow. They're supposed to have more tomorrow.
You don't think they get those kind of commercials in Canada? Yeah, they're like little, when you're a kid and they have the kid cartoon or the kid commercials, they're all excited. Look what I got. Oh my God, look at this. That's how they act in the beginning. And then they're taking it out of the box. You got the putting little tiny guns together. You know, they're only like yay big. Little silencers on them. They cocking them, put little fake bullets in them. Pretty cool. Very nice.
I think I bookmarked your stuff.
Goatguns.com. You're right, Chris. That's it. Goatguns.com. Yep. There it is right there. I've never went to the website, and I'm assuming they're probably $30, $40, $50. I don't know, Chris. How much are they? I haven't priced them, but they look pretty pricey. They're really detailed. But I have not checked them out. But like everybody else, I can click on this link, and then I would know. And here it is on Twitch. I can click on it now.
Matt's building a rocket. And he's turned off his camera and audio, so we don't have to hear him.
Looks like they're like 40, little AR-15.
No,
or
I can hear you. I talk.
$40, $60, an M1 rifle, a little kit. They don't really fire. They're just little toys, but $40 to $60.
You know those wooden models that I'm working on, that wooden model? I'm going to get more of those. I like those.
Yeah, here, let me share the screen on that. They're toys. I don't see why I can't share the screen. And it's my channel. Here we go.
Guns for guns.
Check these out. They're not, they're like little toys, but they're really cool.
Do they fire the projectiles?
Not real. I mean, you can click them and have a safety. They don't really fire because they're not real, but they're just little toys.
That's the point.
You know, it ain't like you can take it to 7-Eleven or Walmart. Nobody would believe you. They're only like 4 inches long.
Yeah, but yeah. That's the joke.
Yeah, they're highly look, an RGB for $49. They're like little toys. They're just highly precisely made little toys, details.
You mean RPG?
I don't know if the proper word would be toy.
Miniature models.
I called my son Spawn's figures toys, and he got mad at me.
Yeah, they're miniature models, Jerry.
Okay, miniature models. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, goatguns.com. Very cool. Yeah, check that out. It's pretty cool.
I see the allure, but
my brother used to have a friend that collected old cars. You know, little toy metal cars. The doors open, the hood trunks. He had all these little die-cast cars about yay big, and he collected thousands of these, hundreds, if not thousands of them.
See what evidence is posted?
What's wrong with 4 inches? Yeah.
Oh gosh.
4 to 6 inches would be great. That's how you use it, you know. Anyway, yeah, it's pretty cool. Very nice. Oh, Chris says he has AR-15 in the 1911. All right. Do you think they're worth the money, Chris? They're very well built, detailed, nothing cheap about them. Are they worth it?
Are they plastic or are they metal?
I think they're all metal. Well, let's see what he says.
Yes,
call it a doll. No, I don't want to do that. It's not a doll. It's Spawn figures.
Oh, they're metal. Okay.
Yeah, metal.
Then I understand the price is not
That's
bad.
their allure. They're highly detailed, really precise, tiny little things. Very high quality. All right.
Models, yeah.
Where they made? They have to. We all know the answer, but let me ask you: where are they made? They made in the USA or China? Actually, if they're made in the USA or Japan, I'd be happy because Japan does some really high quality, great products. Or they could be made in Germany. Oh, you don't know? All right.
Like telescopes out of Japan are some of the best out you can get.
Yeah. Japan's always had really high-end products.
Yeah.
Like with motorcycles. My favorite motorcycle was a Yamaha. Many years I rode Yamahas.
Takashima telescopes are some of the best optics out there. So,
well, let's see.
I need to go get a camera too for my telescope, a new camera. I badly need one. My old camera is just not kicking it. I need a dedicated monochrome camera.
1911, the bullets eject out when the slide racks. Okay.
And since it's metal, you could probably modify it to add a spring-loaded.
Matt,
Yeah.
comment on the screen from Kate. You ride a Harley? Yeah, I used to have a Harley a long time ago. When I retired at 50, I wanted to buy a nice bike, but I live in Las Vegas, and I figured if I do, I'm going to die. There's too many people run lights, and every week somebody here is getting hit on a bike, so I can't ever ride again, basically, because I live in Las Vegas.
Oh, I'm printing right now some lamps for charity called Changes. And hold on, let me switch over my screen. There you go. And I'm printing like 18 different types right now, and all for a charity called Changes. They have a book club called Tales on Tuesdays.
Why are you not streaming it on Charity Makers?
Huh?
Why are you not streaming it on Charity Makers?
Oh, I just started it.
Oh, you did? Okay, good.
Yeah.
I didn't see you doing it out there.
No, I'm doing it now. Because I didn't feel well the last 3 days.
Yeah, Richard, there are.
So, yeah, I will be streaming on Charity Makers. I just made for Liam if he likes it or not. I don't know yet.
I rode on and off in Vegas my whole life with different bikes, but as you get older, your reflexes get slower, and then, and Harleys are big and heavy, and I figured, when I retire, I better not buy a bike, because there's too much stuff on the news constantly about people getting hit, so I chose not to buy another bike.
Yeah, in Michigan, you can only ride a bike maybe 6 months a year
because of the weather. Yeah.
Yeah. Like we have more snow coming tonight, apparently. Maybe not, and it may be a little bit into Monday as well. Not much, but a little bit. And that doesn't mean it's over. Like we've seen snow here in April.
You're 62 and still ride? And I bet you live somewhere that don't have a ton. I forget where you tell me you live at, but there's probably not a ton of traffic. Like a busy city.
I think it's Texas, she said. Or is it
I'll be 59 June 12th, so I'm almost 59.
Yeah, well, see, I know spring is coming here soon. North Carolina. Okay. I know spring is coming here soon because our state flower has come out. You know that the orange flower with the white stripes you see along the side of the roads. Yeah, those barrels, they're all out right now. The state flower is starting to come out. So,
if anybody else that come in and hang out, I'll post the link again.
Yeah, in Michigan, they're not cones in Michigan. They're big barrels, big orange barrels, with like traffic cones and stripes, but they're big orange barrels, and that's what I call our state flower because it comes out every spring, every single year.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Sergio, HVAC A to Z, popping in. Hey, Sergio.
Howdy, sir.
Thank you very much for all this awesome paint, the knife, the pen, and the Wise Cam. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
They changed tracking on me like 7 times. They kept going Friday, Monday, Thursday, Friday, Monday. They kept going around and around. Probably because of the weather, I guess. So.
Could be. I had to keep a lookout for UPS today because I sent out Tom Lama's MacBook Pro, and I didn't want to just leave it, out in front of the door because anybody could have come and grabbed it.
Yeah.
So I had to keep an eye out for them as soon as they got here to pick up the package. He usually rings the bell, but
haven't signed for it. If you have to have delivery confirmation, they have to sign for it.
Well, no, they were picking up the package to deliver it.
Oh, okay.
To take it to Connecticut.
Oh, I see.
Well, Ohio is the same, yeah, and same flowers. And non-farm, yeah. If you think that's bad in Quebec, Northern California, they have 16 feet of snow.
Wow.
They're like, houses are buried. The National Guard are airdropping food because the people can't get out of their houses.
Right. They had to actually start dropping food to some people.
Yeah, because out in the like in Northern Cali, they got buried,
Yeah.
and it's really bad. Like I saw some videos of people walking out. You come out of their door of their house, and you get to the door of their house, and you tilt up, and you all see is wall. They managed to dig.
Well, California has extreme flooding right now. I've seen some drone footage, and a lot of places are getting flooded out, and people are losing everything.
And now what's going to happen next is, so they have the flooding from rains. If you're in the high ground, you got snow, and then what's going to happen next is, the weather's going to warm up, and all that's going to turn into water, and you're going to get landslides, and you're going to get rivers flooding.
If all that water could only be diverted to where it needs to go, it would solve their water problem.
Well, it's going into rivers. It's going into rivers, right?
Well, a lot of it's headed back to the ocean, though. It's going down drains. But hey, DeWitt, how you doing, Tim? I heard he wasn't feeling well.
Oh, what's going on? What's wrong with you?
Hey, Tim.
You pretending to be sick so you stay out of work?
A lady paid 3 guys $700 to shovel her driveway.
Love you,
Wow.
Tim.
You mean dig a tunnel?
You're doing some great stuff.
Yeah, that's crazy. I guess I'm spoiled here in Las Vegas. It's 73 and sunny today, and it don't ever snow here. And if it does, once every 10 years, I get about an inch on the ground. Oh, wow. Check this out.
Come on, play.
The second one.
Play it.
I just got the tuning pegs to put in.
You know, I thought about printing one, but I don't know how to play, but I wanted to learn when I was 21, 40 years ago. I wanted to learn.
That's me. I'm actually doing some classes online right now.
Are they free or you got to pay for them?
No, they're free. YouTube.
You buy a little amp? You buy a little amp already?
Some of them are, yes, I got the amp. I also there's an app that you can use to actually tune the guitar. There's so many resources.
Don't buy an app.
Unreal.
Don't buy an app to tune your guitar.
Phoenix.
Go to your local guitar store. There's a little clip that goes onto the head of the guitar, right?
Yeah.
And you go to each string, and it'll turn green when you hit it. When you adjust the tuning pegs, it'll go green for that.
Yeah, there are several ways to do it.
But that does by vibration, though, so it's actually better because it actually picks up the vibration on the neck from the string. So it's more
I've seen that. I think it was on Prusa's website when they were showing it. Somebody was showing an electronic device they were tuning with, and a tuning fork would work, but that's old school. There's better ways, I think, nowadays of doing it.
Yeah, he just clips onto the head, right? And then for each you strum a string, and it'll tell you it's what color, and it'll give you an arrow up or down.
Well,
and you tune it, and then when it's right, it's green, and then you go on to the next string, you do the same, and then the next light we do the same option, and you go through each one. It's fast, and it's based on the resonance picked up.
Okay. I need to print one. I need to buy an amp and do something I didn't do 40 years ago, and then I can play Metallica. I can jam out to all these great 80s bands that I'd love to have cranked up when I'm out on the stream through Alexa. I should actually learn.
I'm actually doing right now exercises and also getting the tips hardened because
the calluses,
it's kind of hard, especially on the number 1, 2, and 3 string. You know, it'll work on your fingers. So
you build up calluses over time. It takes time to build calluses.
Yeah, so that's what I'm working on now, and some exercises. There's some exercises to moving your hands, your fingers.
You need to stretch.
Did you buy the kit that Prusa recommended where it came with the whole guitar, including the bottom of it in wood, and then you just put on the plastic pieces?
Yes.
It's like $80, I think. Is that out of the U.S.?
Yeah, but the shipping is ridiculous. So it's actually better. Go on Amazon. There's a kit that's like $125, the same kit, and it actually works out better because if you order that one, it's $79, but it's $81 for shipping.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
So you're better off going on Amazon and getting one of the kits for $115, $125. They have them on there.
But it's an electric guitar, so it's metal strings anyway.
Yeah, I already tested it. This one. It's pretty good.
Yeah, acoustics. A lot of acoustics are nylon strings. Not all of them are metal strings.
Do you want to plug it in so we could hear it or no?
I got the amp. I put the amp away because my grandson was here, and I didn't want him to see the box, so I went and hid it, and then I had to hide this thing, so I hid the amp upstairs, up in the attic.
Okay.
So in 2 years' time, when he's up cleaning out the attic again, he'll find a whole pile of parts.
No, put super glue on your fingers.
His birthday is right after mine. His birthday is April 26th. Mine is the 18th, so he's a week away. So we're about a week, difference.
Yeah, some are not a lot. Some are steel strings, others are nylon strings. It depends on the guitar, but then you can go from steel to nylon. You can't go from nylon to steel.
Yeah, this is a 3-set pack. These are nickel wound that I picked up. So I picked up some extra strings. These are 3 sets in here.
Just make sure.
My son's wife's dad is a professional drummer, but I mean, he doesn't have any albums out that I know of, but he's been playing in bands around town forever, his whole life.
Your daughter.
That's what I am.
Right, Jerry?
Oh, you're a drummer too in a band?
I was a drummer in my teenage years in the band. Yeah, till about 20. And after that, I was doing too many other things.
It's hard to practice because it's so noisy. And I know a guy that's a drummer, and he's in a 3D printing, and I was at his house one time, and he's got electrical. I think they're electric pads or something. That way he doesn't bother anybody.
Yeah.
Well, the electronic ones, you can plug in a headset, and then you can drum on that, and nobody else hears it.
Right.
Yeah. Cool.
In my time, it was just the set. We didn't have the electronic stuff. So
nice.
We're talking, 50 years ago?
And I did some guitar lessons at one point. That's so I've built the calluses, and I've lost them over time because I kind of lost interest in playing.
When I had my first guitar and I bought a big PV, I had a PV T160. If anybody knows that guitar, beautiful red guitar. I had a really big PV amp that I bought when I was 21. I had a neighbor that was a drummer in a band, and I wanted to learn how to play, but I never pursued it. But that was before the internet, and since the internet came along, I never pursued it. But yeah, what the hell? I have enough. I have all these hobbies. Why not have one more, right? I can print a guitar, and I can learn how to play it.
Yeah.
But if I play anything on my channel that's mainstream, then I'm going to get demonetized, right?
I'm like you, kid. I'm really musical. I play radio also.
Play the radio?
Yeah, I'm really good.
Real good, Phoenix. Why don't you pop in on camera if you want?
Kate says Liam is a walking encyclopedia. What is it that Tom Lama calls you? Oh, factoid.
Factoid man.
He calls me that because I take the fun out of stuff.
And I used to call him Mike, but I haven't called him Mike in a while.
I've been called many things. It's okay. I don't care. Just don't call me too early in the morning on a weekend. I don't care.
There you go.
I call him Leprechaun.
For me, it's not a problem. I get up early every day, no matter what.
I try and not get up early on weekends, and I've been sick recently, so I've been sleeping in. But
I cannot sleep late.
A sleep in for me is 7 or it's set between 7 and 8 in the morning. That's a sleep in for me. Like that's on. Normally, I'm up at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Hey, Jared, how you doing, buddy?
For me,
I'll go with it.
Yeah, no, 5 a.m. is my normal rising time.
4:30 is mine. But
yeah, so we're close.
And so sometimes I'm up at 4:30, at the latest. But I'm so used to it. I mean, we're talking even Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, well, for me, like especially now because I'm not well, but normally between 5 and 7 is my normal on the weekend. But I mean, like this morning I got up just about 7:15, and that's because I'm sleeping in because I've been sick. So I got a new printer. It's the same problem, Jared. Same problem, new machine, and they're saying there's nothing wrong, and they are wrong.
You got those prints still in front of you, Liam?
Oh yeah.
You can, since we have new people here and it's been a while, you can re-explain.
Same machine, same issues. Same machine, same issue.
Wow.
And they're saying, "Oh, there's nothing wrong." Don't give me that BS. It's a problem. They're not admitting it. I'm thinking about going out and buying a good set of bearings. I think it's the not bearings, idlers and so on, and switch them all out because I think it's their idlers are bad quality when under pressure.
Could be. I mean,
Well, here's my thought process. These lines are about the same distance apart as the teeth are apart on the belt.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it might have been the belt going over the smooth idlers, but I bypassed that. No, they didn't, because I wrote on my printer, so I could identify.
You made a little mark on it? Yeah.
I made a couple of marks on it to make sure I could identify.
You're blocked. How could you be blocked? There's no way I can block you on StreamYard.
No. So what I did is everywhere the teeth of the belt went over a smooth idler, I flipped the belt over, so the back of the belt was going over. So I actually turned the belt that was traveling this way. I turned it this way and tried it. It's still giving the same marks.
I don't think there's any kind of a block feature built into StreamYard that I know of.
Nope, it doesn't. Not that I know of, anyway. But when I so I'm thinking the idlers are low quality, and the issues when they're under pressure from the belt, they could be sticking. Because when I loosen the belts and check it, the idlers move
hold
fine.
on. Try again. Try the link again.
That's interesting. I'm
So-
printing that respooler right now.
Okay. Well, you may not need I don't know. I'm printing these with a 10-kilo spool on the Bamboo Labs,
Ouch.
and it's no problem because it's
Ladies
sitting
and
on
gentlemen,
bearing.
we've got Phoenix popping in.
So
Hey,
it's sitting
Phoenix,
on
how you
bearing,
doing?
so it's not a problem.
Yeah.
You hear us okay?
He's frozen.
Am I
You're freezing
frozen
a little
still?
bit. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, I have to close out some applications.
You're
So-
breaking up a little. Your
because your audio is
video's
all messed
frozen,
up.
but your audio, you're kind of frozen. You're kind of moving and not moving.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's a new object.
And the quality's real bad.
Really?
Oh, that's not new, Kate. This is
With the 4K camera, it's garbage.
it's
Yeah.
bad quality. So no,
It's gotta be your internet.
Had this a long time.
Hold
It
on,
could
Liam.
be. We have storms here, so it could be my net.
Very nice.
Oh, it's pretty, Liam.
You ought to
That's
rub and
resident.
buff, paint it high gloss black and rub and buff it, and it'll be finished.
Yeah, no, I like it as it is actually, but
Okay.
it means less work for me. I'm not
Nice.
a painter. But yeah,
So-
that's resin print.
So, Liam, did you finish your James Webb,
My what?
your satellite, your telescope, your James Webb model?
No, I've been sick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's got COVID. He's trying to
I
get
have
over.
COVID.
Oh, messed up.
I'm actually better today than I have been in the last week or two. Couple of weeks.
What are your current symptoms today?
I still have a fever, not as bad, but I still have a fever. I can feel it right now. I was hitting peaks of about almost 103 degrees at night, but now I'm like, now my daytime temperature has gotten closer to normal, but it still spikes at night in the evenings, but up to about 100 degrees, so it's lower than it was. I got a horrible cough. I get headaches. It's hard to concentrate sometimes because the temperature goes up, so it's hard to concentrate.
There's no more.
The cough is annoying. You can probably hear it in my voice, but the cough is really annoying. Yeah, I'll spread it to you. Yeah, it's virtually you can have it.
No, thank you.
But I'm just saying it's.
I haven't had it yet. Don't
What-
plan to get it.
I've avoided for 3 years, and it finally got up with me. But the worst part is when you, other than the temperature and the headaches that come with it, when you cough, because you're coughing so much from it, it feels like someone's kicking you in the lungs because your muscles get so sore from coughing that every cough hurts because you're all around your rib cage gets really sore from it. That and the headaches and your eyes getting sore and tired from it and so on.
On the bamboo.
Sorry, you're suffering.
It's just my turn, I've avoided it for 3 years. It just made its turn. It just got me after it. I've avoided it for 3 years. Come on, I've done well.
Yep, I agree.
My print failed on the bamboo, but
Oh, sorry.
my spaghetti detective caught it. So It stopped.
Well, the headaches are not gone now, so I seem to be okay on that side because my temperature is not getting as high. But it's because I was getting so hot, so temperature was rising. That was causing headaches. That does cause headaches.
Well, at 103, I think you might have should have went to the hospital. But if you go to the hospital,
Sergio.
you might get worse.
Hey,
No, I
Sergio.
was fine. I know how to control it myself.
A quick way to build up callus on your fingers for your guitar is to go ahead and buy the latex finger gloves and put super glue on them. On the tips.
Yeah,
Then
but wouldn't the glove get in the way? It would for reaching around because as you do this, it would stretch across here.
Right, but it's latex, so it'll snap back. But
Yeah, no, but it'll get in the way if you're reaching for a string and you're pulling the latex. Now you got a bow here rather than your hand out of the way. It'll stretch and bridge some of this area. It might get in the way.
no, you see, that's the way I learned to play through the violin when I was little. Was to put super glue on the tips of the fingers while you're playing.
But you don't stretch as much your fingers on the violin, though, so you don't.
Oh, bull crap! You do so even on the cello.
Cello, I see, because you often have to reach.
That's a word I haven't heard in a long time. That's funny. I used to use that a lot. Bull crap. That's funny.
The neck of a guitar is so much wider, like a cello is. You have to stretch a lot more, whereas a violin's neck is so narrow.
All right, Liam. I play violin.
I'm only guessing by based on that size is all.
I play cello for 4. I play trumpet for 9. I've been through most everything that you could possibly think of with your hands and fingers.
Okay, Audacious says this. Were you talking about the finger condoms and not the whole glove, right?
Right.
Oh, that's different.
Okay, fingertips, yeah.
You said latex gloves, and I went, well, that's because you're stretching the whole over the palm as well. So that's the tips, then that's different.
Yeah.
So
right.
It'll help you get used to playing on metal strings, and then your fingers will naturally build up calluses because you'll put pressure on the tips of your fingers.
Yeah.
So your fingers will expand and the skin will grow tougher.
Here's the answer. Just go and work construction for 6 months, and your fingers will be nice and tough.
Oh, hell yeah, especially if you're swinging a hammer.
Yeah, swinging a hammer or work on doing block or bricklaying. Yep, your fingers will be nice and tough after that.
Jared knows that sensation.
Here's what I'm working with them on this, right? I sent them. They kind of hinted that it might be my slicing, and I went with, but it's your default profile. So I said, here's 2 of my files that I've sliced. I sent them the G-code files. I said, I want you to print these files and tell me how good they come out on your printer. So I'm waiting for them to come back on that. When they do come back saying it's printing fine, my response will be, so it's not my slicing, it's the printer, because it printed fine on your machine if your machine is not having printing issues.
I had a neighbor in a condo years ago, and I still had this guitar before I sold it. It was banging on the wall because they thought we were being too noisy. So I put the big amp, really big amp, up against the wall, cranked it up all the way, and I started strumming the guitar. I couldn't play at this point, but I can make noise, and that's the last time they banged on the wall.
No, I like the House of the Rising Sun. It's a really nice tune to play on the guitar.
Did you see that new fork that's off the Bamboo Lab? It's called Soft Fever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The slicer?
Yeah, the slicer.
I haven't downloaded it, and I don't know. I'm not sure why my print pad just failed, but I've been printing parts for my Droid fine. But anyway, I'll have to look at my slicer settings here in a little bit and reprint them, figure out why it failed. So
they gave me they offered the option to do a return, Jared. And what I'm going to do is if they can solve it, if we can solve it, I will, right? But I want to try and work with them to fix it. And if I have a feeling it's the idlers have really crappy bearings in them. So if I can fix that, I didn't go and buy it. I just go measure the idlers and go buy a set of idlers myself and replace them. If I can replace the idlers and get good quality prints, I'll be happy. That's all I want. I don't want to keep returning the machine. Like, they will not send me a replacement at this point because they've already done one. they'll offer for me to send it back and they'll refund me. And I'll go to that point if there's no resolution. But a new set of oilers might solve it.
Oh, Tim's using it.
Yeah, soft fever. Yeah.
Fever. Yeah.
They should have called it jungle fever. You know, bamboo jungle.
There used to be a song, wasn't it? Jungle Fever.
So
yeah, there's a couple forks I saw. One is soft fever, and there's another one. But then again, Bamboo Lab just updated the slicer, and now you can do like Cruiser, add text to your models and wrap it and all that stuff, just like
Speaking of that update, I did that this morning, and before I started this print, it asked me to do a hard start on the printer, so I shut it on and off, and then I started this print that failed. So hopefully they're unrelated.
Yeah,
could be.
But it seems like every time something goes wrong, which isn't that often, it's because I just did an update.
Jungle Love by Steve Miller Band.
Not sure if that's it or not.
I'm waiting. I'm just really waiting for them to come back and saying that this stuff prints fine. And if it does, it just proves it. They have a PLC that prints without it.
Excuse me, guys. Yeah, my network seems to be really slow.
Yeah, well, your video's a mess.
Yeah, maybe I should just turn it off.
You can just talk from the background. We know who you are. You can have your emoji up if you want.
So
is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
But
see, now you don't have to have clothes on.
Oh, all right.
Jerry, I just got over the therapy. Come on.
Jerry, okay, fair play. It was
somebody tried to pop in earlier and add an emoji, and their name is Bamboo something, and I have to know who you are if I'm going to let you on screen before you pull up an emoji. Unless somebody else says, well, that's my friend, I know who they are. Because there's been twice in the past I've had people come on camera and do some things they shouldn't have done, and I had to hurry up and hit the remove button. So now I don't want to get my channel banned because of something stupid, you know?
Yeah.
So I try to help people and do this every week and, you know, hang out and all that stuff.
Oh, my daughter's flying in tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought she was already there.
No, she's flying in. She's arriving tomorrow morning.
Okay, well, you're almost better, so maybe you'll get to hug her at some point.
No, I still am having a fever, so I'm still infectious. Maybe before she leaves next week. And I don't want to take the risk of it. I don't want her to bring it back with her and her get sick. So she's over there, and she doesn't have. There's no family around her, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll work.
Hawaii.
So,
she lives in Hawaii.
Anything new happening with stellar examinations or astronomy?
Well, we're hoping SpaceX will launch will launch sometime this month with their with the Star. We'll get Starship off the ground first time sometime this month. I'd like to see that 3D print that thing go off. That rocket launch this week and sometime this week. It'd be nice. It'd be nice if it was even a successful launch. It'd even be better. There's a lot of launches. I mean, like this year alone was going to be something like 140 rocket launches.
Didn't they scrub the new launch because a bearing or a housing failed?
Which one?
There's I feel like, 2 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago?
Who?
SpaceX.
But that's since been launched.
Oh, okay. So I'm so far out of it, it's not even funny.
Yeah, no. SpaceX are getting to the point now. They're like there's been something like 14 or 15 launches this year already, and about 80%, 99, about 90% of them has been SpaceX.
Yeah, Chris, the parts that failed, they were head parts. It was like the eye and the eye socket and some different miscellaneous small parts. So I'm not really sure what happened. I'll have to reslice it. I had the bed loaded up with parts. And the only thing I printed successfully was this ring here for the eye because it was so short and the rest of the stuff failed. So I'll have to reslice it and figure out what happened.
All right, guys, I'm gonna head off. Gonna say goodnight.
Have an awesome night. Come on. Thank you for joining in. I hope the next time we see you have a bamboo there, or your wife has one that she gives you.
Sure, Matt. Yeah, that's the bamboo that took forever, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not there yet, so hopefully it will be soon.
So have a good night, Matt.
Thanks. Bye. Good night.
Crew 5 returns in about an hour. Okay.
Yeah, they already undocked, so they should be splashing down in the Gulf pretty soon. I have to check what time it is, but they are splashing down in the Gulf, I believe.
Yeah, I forgot about the launch this morning. I was going to watch it around 10:30, and then I was hanging out in the background with Matt, and Liam messaged me that they're holding. It's like, holding. Oh, no, I forgot it. And then, it got delayed, didn't happen. Anyway.
It's their first launch. You can expect that.
The other day, they fired the engines, and I was all happy, and then it didn't go anywhere. It's like, what happened? They fired the engines.
Yeah.
But what's the word to say to compare something to something else? What's that word called? Analogy? Would be you started up the car, but you didn't floor it. So they started the rocket, but they didn't take off. So they didn't floor it.
It's like starting a car and turning it off immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what they did. Because they had a 1 psi of pressure difference. So their tolerances were set too tight.
Because I always assumed on the NASA rockets to see the engines go is that they just light them and it takes off that quick. I guess they light them and then they power it up that quick.
It depends. So
like an airplane on the runway.
It depends. If they're liquid engines, when you light them, you can throttle them, you can control them, you can turn them on and off, right? In most cases, not all, but most cases. In SRBs or solid rocket boosters, or anything that uses solid fuels, those once they're ignited, you're committed. That's it. You go. You have no way out of it. So if you have a rocket with side boosters or SRBs and they ignite the SRBs, they have to go.
Chris, so you're printing this same model, right? And if you are, I'm in the head parts. That's what I was working on, was in head parts. I was doing the feet and the legs, which everything, as you know, it's a right. So you just mirror it and make a left. So I've already printed the leg parts, which is 4 of them, and then the 2 feet. And now I've moved up to head parts. The pit droid.
Yeah, the full size, size pit droid, yeah.
And then the pit droid, I could do it on the bamboo in 4 pieces, but I don't like 4 seams. And I could put it on the Chitty iFast in 1 piece, but I don't want support damage, so I went to option where it's cut in half. It does 3/4 of it flat on the bed with no supports, and then I print the other little piece. So I have 1 little tiny seam across the back, which makes much more sense to me rather than printing it all on the X1, and then I got 4, cut like a pie.
So Jerry, that as NonFem said, at 9:02 Eastern, they're splashing down in the Gulf.
I'm doing the
dark. It'll be nighttime touchdown.
Hey Gary,
pit droid.
Are the joints printed in pieces, or you have sockets for them?
What?
The arms and legs.
The pit droid, everything has been cut or designed so you can print on a small printer or a big printer. They're from Droid Division on Etsy, and they have a Facebook group for Droid Division on Facebook. Droid Division Print Club. But the files are from Droid Division on Etsy, is where you buy them at. And I'm doing the pit droid with 1 big eye.
Oh, that's cool. Hey, Liam, has the storms got to you?
The what?
The storms.
Which ones? We get snow. We're not getting rains.
No, the ones that came last week, and I guess the ones that are coming this week.
The ones that came last week is already snowed on us. It passed over us. Whatever's coming in the next week, I'm not sure what it's going to turn into when it reaches us yet. It's too far out for us to guess. So if Cali gets heavy rains, or like northern Cali especially, or Canada,
Well,
then it'll probably turn. It could be rain or snow by the time it gets to us.
oh, so I don't know if you know Loyal.
I know, Loyal.
Okay, well, he got inundated on Wednesday. The new storm is hitting him this weekend, so it should hit the or the East Coast probably in about 2 or 3 days.
What did he get? Rain or snow?
Oh, he got ice and snow.
Okay, so if you're getting ice and snow, he's getting rain that's freezing, that's turning into ice, and then snow follows afterwards, right? So
I guess
yeah,
on his channel you can see the snowstorm while he's chopping wood.
so we had that already from there. This whatever came through, we had it earlier in this week. It doesn't take a whole week to cross the country. It normally takes 2 or 3 days.
Right, but we have storms this week. I mean, we here in Southern California got an additional 6 inches.
Okay.
Oh wow.
So I don't know.
It depends. It all depends on where the.
Here's Kate's dogs right here, guys.
It all depends on where the jet stream is.
Puppies.
Well, according to NOAA, the weather, the Arctic River is over mid-Southern California.
Yeah, but it's that happens because it's based on the jet stream. If the jet stream that crosses that actually is like a barrier between the Arctic weather and everything else that's in the south.
Kate, thank you very much for the $20 on PayPal. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You're awesome. Thank you.
No, I'm just wondering how bad the East Coast is getting rocked.
It depends on where the jet stream is. So if the jet stream is below us, then the cold weather is going to be there, and it's going to come into the cold weather, and it'll turn into like snow and ice. If the jet stream is above us, then it'll be rain that reaches us. So it all depends, because that keeps cold north of us. Everything north of the jet stream is cold. Everything south of the jet stream is warmer air, and it depends on the position of the jet stream and how it's meandering around the country. Will dictate. It will change day from day.
Wow, my failed print's not here on the bamboo. The one I stopped the print, and I don't have a time lapse here for some reason.
So people here in Big Bear got locked in. There was so much snow that they couldn't get in or out.
We got 16 feet of snow in parts of northern California.
Oh, maybe it's this one. Okay, maybe it's this one.
So let's have a quick look at where the jet stream is today. Let me see the wind maps. Give me a second. Okay, right now.
Okay. Yeah, here's my failed. Good, keep talking. I'm going to show my failed print.
I'm just looking at where the jet. So the jet stream is actually right over us right now, so we can get a mix of weather right now.
Okay, here's the one that failed on me. We get to see when it failed, because I don't even know. It was printing when I started the stream.
So what you're getting is probably going to stay below us. We might get some of it. Some of it might lift up. I have a feeling it's going to lift up with rain right now.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of cool, Jerry. Too bad it's spaghetti.
Now, what in the hell happened here?
So, Jerry, can I share something?
In a minute. Trying to see where I went wrong at. Now, let's see how long it ran until it detected a problem and told me. Because sometimes they'll give me a false alarm, there's no error, and I got to continue the print. But this one, in a minute, it tells me that it's spaghetti detect. You've finally seen it. It's really crazy.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it started laying down wrong. It started missing a layer, looks like.
That's weird.
Yeah. You're probably right, Liam.
Here we go. Liam wants me to share this.
So here's Michigan over here, right? And this is a northern jet stream right here, going around Michigan. So anything north of this is bitter, cold, harsh weather, right, from the north.
Show my house.
Blocking it. Anything south of it, or from here down, here's like in between here is a mix of the jet stream, and anything below that is rain. So this is a storm you're talking about. So these storms here, we might come up and might just touch Michigan and move on. And they could be rain, they could be slush. We don't know. Now, what's coming over here? That if the jet stream moves slightly north, or if it comes in over here, and gets caught in the jet stream and follows the jet stream around, that means the north of Michigan might get some really bad weather. But that jet stream will move up and down and change shape all day, every day. Like what it is from day 1 to day 3 is completely different. So it will never look the same.
Okay,
But
so
that's
you
the
see,
barrier for the north and the south weather.
if you can see the rain band that's over Southern California,
Here,
that's what we're getting hit with today.
yeah, that's rain. That's probably what, rain right now or snow.
It's raining in lower elevations and the upper it's snow.
Okay, so yeah, it was. So that might come in at the tail end of us and be carried around. If it stays where it is, which it probably won't, it gets carried up here and gets wrapped around and may for lower Michigan may make rain or maybe a mixture of rain and sleet, maybe some freezing rain possibly. But this jet stream can move up or down and it can move from here over to here and the shape of it will be very different every day. And you can look it up every day and based on the jet stream, that will dictate whether or not we'll get snow or rain. Or nothing. It could actually change shape and carry it all away from us, and we could get nothing. Because if this bump goes away and dips down like this, we could get cold, but this will totally miss us because it can't breach that barrier of the jet stream.
Well, I'm 74 and sunny, and over my house is green, light green.
Jerry, I thought you were 58, not 74. And your name is Jerry, not Sonny.
Too funny.
So that's how weather is separated between that's why we get winter and summer. In our summer, that jet stream is way up, right? Its shapes does affect our weather, but it keeps the cold above us. It's like a barrier. So the southern jet stream, which is the one that's carrying that weather front, yeah, that's going to be no fun for you guys. But it may or may not reach me. I don't know yet. Weather forecasting is all about prediction models, and 3 days out, or no, 5 days out, it's guesswork. 3 days out, they have multiple models. They have 3 primary models, but they have multiple models, and those models start converging. And when they start showing similarities, that's when they start really forecasting. And then 2 days out, the models get closer again to prediction. And by the day before, the models are all giving the same information. That's when you can get a fairly accurate forecast. Prior to that, it's guesswork. Anything over 3 days is just pie in the sky guesswork. I jokingly say, and all of astronomers, we jokingly say that meteorology is the only profession you can get into and be wrong 80% or 90% of your time and still be employed. But our problem here is the Great Lakes, because the Great Lakes create their own weather system. Because of such large masses of water, they actually generate their own weather.
Right now we got a lot of wind.
Okay. Yeah. You can see that in the jet stream, actually. You can see where the lines of the jet stream are coming together.
And it's actually supposed to be like that for the next few days, I think.
Yeah, but the Great Lakes do, not only what we were saying about wind there, but the Great Lakes themselves, because the water mass is so large, based on whether it's dry, if the water over the Great Lakes is dry, or the air over the Great Lakes is dry, or if the air over the Great Lakes is damp and so on, will totally change what happens once it hits the east coast of Michigan. So we can get, like, it could be the west coast where I am. I'm more western side of Michigan. We might have very little snow. The east coast of Michigan could get dumped on in snow because all the moisture from the air passing over the Great Lakes, if the lakes are warm, like what happened in Buffalo earlier on this year, all that moisture will just get dumped once it passes over land because the air can't support it anymore. There's no heat off the water to support it, but it just dumps it on the land and they get buried. We get little snow, but maybe not as much as they do. So, yeah, the Great Lakes create their own weather system, which is even harder to forecast. Yeah,
Predict.
It's really hard around the Great Lake. Like we've seen forecasts, and they're even wrong in the same day because the lakes generate weird effects on the weather.
Okay.
Sergio, when you printed that guitar off the Prusa website, did you follow all the recommendations for infill and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, you have to, because if you go through the when he's introducing it and talking about it, they talked about how with less infill, less walls, it actually bow on you.
Yeah, I think I heard that. And it took him like over a year to make the video just so they could test it and see what it did or didn't do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you better follow the instructions on infill and walls and everything.
You print them on the bamboo or the Prusa?
Bamboo. The nice thing about the bamboo is the largest part, the center, you can actually print it flat instead of like how they show it on the Prusa, because it doesn't fit on the Prusa flat.
Okay.
But on the bamboo, you have to turn it just right, and you'll get it in there, and it'll print it.
Oh, nice.
Not this one, the other one, the main one. This one's no problem, but the middle part, this here.
Okay.
That's the one with all the with the 25% infill, 7 walls. I think it was 7 top, 7 bottom.
All right.
Yeah. So, Kate, if you're on the east side of the lakes, the warm air gets picked up as the weather passes over the lakes. The warm, especially like with Buffalo as an example, they're part of the Toys for Tots program. I'll explain that in a second. But if the lakes are warm, they evaporate, right? And as they evaporate the air, as the air moves and the moisture goes into the air, that turns into snow and it gets dumped on the east coast of the lake, because the weather on the lakes goes from east to west in the northern hemisphere, and because of that, it carries it across and it gets over land, and there's nothing feeding it, and it's heavy, so it dumps it out, right? And then, so when you're on the west side, like I am, we get some, but not as much. We get the carryover, but if you're on the east side, yeah, you get dumped on. And the toys that I do, like these are for Toys for Tots, which is a program that's run by Toys for Tots is a foundation run by the U.S. Corps of Engineers, and the company called IC3D in Columbus, Ohio, have teamed up with Toys for Tots, and they have these models, and a lot of makers just volunteer to get involved. We get the models when they start a campaign each year. You sign up for it. They provide the STL files, and you go print them. And like this, it prints as like standing, and then you print the wheels for it, and you just push on. So these are just some of the models. There's a lot more. I just brought those in as examples. But that's then that starts up every year. I haven't got a startup date yet for this year. I have to go chase them on that. But everyone who's got a 3D printer, if you want to participate, you're welcome to do it. No silks. PETG is better. PLA will work fine, but PETG is better.
Hello, Liz.
Liz, I can these. This is PETG. Takes about. I do 3 of these in about 9 hours on the P1P. Yeah, the U.S. or the Marine Corps. Sorry, not the Marine Corps. Sorry. Thank you for correcting me, Dusty.
He's getting old and forgetful like me.
I'm sick. I'm allowed to make mistakes. Don't pick on me. I'm sick.
At least you were close. You said Army Corps of Engineers.
Yeah.
Although if a Marine heard you, he might slap you.
I should know better because I have a coin that says this.
There you go.
I haven't done the box for it, but I will.
Yeah, my brother was a drill instructor.
Oh, you did? Cool.
In the Marine Corps.
Yeah, I avoid silks because they're super. I prefer PETG because with a PETG you just get I've tried that train and bounced off a wall and so on, and like they just last because of PETG. So.
Can you hear my printer running in the background?
A little bit.
A little bit? Okay.
My bamboo's getting ready to fire up here in a minute. After it gets done
But it's in a
boosting.
different room. But I'm still complaining about it. Now I'll continue to complain until you solve it. Just
If
turn.
it can, never mind.
Hey man, Dusty, I need you to message me back as well. I've messaged you on Discord. Just message me back. You haven't been on Discord in a while. That's why I was reaching out to you.
The thing that freaking freaks me out altogether is how do I have a pain in the foot that's not there?
Breaking up.
Yeah, well, he's away from his mic. That's why. So how are you, Liz? It's been a while. Keeping you busy over there on Maker Deck. I know you're doing multiple streams now, right? You're doing in-person chats and everything now. I don't get on there often. I'm sorry, I've been busy.
You okay, Phoenix?
Sounds like he's reorganizing the room with a sledgehammer.
Or he's beating on the what do you call, on the modem.
Yep, he's reorganizing the room with a sledgehammer. Yep, sounds like it.
Sorry, guys, I had to step out for a second. Cold.
No, with all the noise, we thought you were reorganizing the place with a sledgehammer.
Oh, okay.
It's funny how popular that truck is. Everybody recognizes it.
18. Oh, look, they're filling full of beer cans.
Yep.
That's hilarious.
Oh, I like that idea.
Oh, by the way,
a tray pull out for
ladies and gentlemen, we've got Tom Llama popping in. Hey, Tom.
Thomas.
Sergio.
This is
you're
cool.
saying, Liam?
So Phoenix, you're a bad influence, by the way.
Why?
Because you were talking about doing a Peltier.
Right.
I'm actually going to. I'm buying a new camera from my telescope, but it doesn't. They don't sell the cooled version of the camera anymore, and you want a cold CCD chip for deep sky imaging.
Right.
The cooler the better because you get less noise. So I'm actually going to design then build my own Peltier cooler to go on the back of it, to cool the camera down so I can get the chip cold for better imaging.
That's really cool. So
Yeah.
you're gonna go. You decided to avoid liquid cooling rather than.
No. I'm going to do an electronic 12-volt electronic Peltier instead, because that way then there's only electronics. I don't have to deal with anything else. But by doing the Peltier, it'll electronically cool, and it will carry the heat away, and that's all I want to do with it. So I'm going to build a Peltier for the back of it to mount onto the camera. So the camera is designed for astro imaging, but there's no cooling module because they stopped making them. So for that camera, they only ship one kind now without the cooling system. So I'm going to build one and mount it onto the back.
Hello, Tom. How you doing today?
Oh, that's cool. So I made a slow variation on my AC, my portable AC. So instead of going with the gel from Gel Packs, I turned around and I just stuck in insulation plates on a copper plate that makes the chill box. So air pours through the chill box.
Okay.
With two Peltiers that I put in an inverter, a 5-volt to 12-volt inverter, or stepper, whichever you want to call it, in there to control the power level, so it doesn't heat up hot as you are expecting, but it keeps the chamber cold.
Right now. Later.
Hey Tom, how's the board making, the chopping boards going?
Just peachy.
Good.
Making go-ons. Thin panels first. I gotta get the palette out. I got a palette. I still haven't played with it. I've had it for like a week though.
Oh. It takes a bit of practice to get right.
Get going on it. I'll be back in 1 second, guys. I gotta go.
All right.
crack
I'm
What
something.
not
version of the palette is it? Is it the 2 or the Pro or what is it?
It's a 2. I'm not even gonna hook it to a printer. I just wanted to stitch scrap filament together. That's all I want it for.
So you just put a board in and a new G code to do it?
Yeah, I believe I could just like do it on its own.
You need to know the length of the filament, but yes, you could potentially do it, I think.
I think you can just feed a couple 3 rolls in there and say throw them together in random segments until they're gone.
So is that the one that splices the filaments and diagonals in them?
Pit Droid, Star Wars Pit Droid. I'll try to
Yeah.
find you a picture.
Jerry, I
That's
need to
what
drop.
it is. Where the
What?
hell is it?
I need to drop.
All right, Liam. Well, thank you for coming. I need
Dinner time for me.
please get better and eat lots of food. Have a great day. Thank you, Liam.
Take care, guys. Have a good
Take
one.
care.
All right.
See you.
You feel better, Liam.
Bye, Steve. Bye, Steve.
Bye, guys.
You taking off?
Oh, I'm not. I was just saying bye to Liam.
Here's a picture. This is somebody else's picture. Here's what I'm making right here. Pit Droid.
That's pretty cool.
Pretty.
I like that one.
Oh, nice.
I have no idea what I'm doing with it, but I got it.
That's cool. Well, and I were talking about having to create a hopper that chips up the supports from printers
Oh, nice.
and turn it back into spool.
Screw just fell out of somewhere.
Uh-oh.
I think that's a palette, right, Tom?
Yep, pellet 2.
That'll do up to how many colors?
4.
4? You run different colors of filament through it, Kate, for a print similar to a bamboo, but it's a different setup. It's been out for a long time, and they're prone to problems, but hopefully this one will work perfect.
Well, again, I'm not looking to make 4-color prints out of it. I just wanted to stitch filament rolls together.
So that's cool.
Splicer.
Yeah. Hey, Jerry, do you melt your scraps?
I need to because I have a lot of short spools. I need to find some easy, inexpensive way to connect them all.
Well, that's kind of what this is for. Not that it's easy or inexpensive, but it didn't really cost me anything but my time to make a couple cutting boards. So
I've seen a few different things people have made where they heat them up and they melt them together and connect filament and slide it off the PTFE. So I don't know. I got to think of something. Because usually when rolls get real low, I usually just chuck them.
Splice core.
Now, we were thinking about how to get rid of the print waste and return it into filament.
As far as for the bamboo, I started saving it. For the first 2 weeks, I threw it away. And then from now on, I'm going to start keeping it in a trash bag. And then I'll eventually figure out something to do with it. Liam had an idea, or somebody did, to take my old air fryer that I have, clean it up really good, and maybe you could melt it down and make something. But I'm not really sure what I'm going to do with it yet. But I'm going to start keeping my bamboo waste because when you do multicolored prints, it does poop a lot.
Yep. Which is why I really have no interest in multicolored prints.
Now, when I done this multicolor print was basically just layer changes, so there wasn't much waste involved.
Yeah, see, that I don't mind. I used to design stuff to do that, where you could just, at a certain height, you change the layer and change the color. It's layered.
Yeah,
so
that's nice.
The bamboo done a perfect job on this.
Look really good.
Nice cable.
Do you have an actual spun model to put it on?
What? My son does. I printed a really big model of Spawn for him, and I made him a couple.
Cool.
I put them on my Etsy store, but Etsy has too many people. My store is too small. It's getting no attention. So what I'm going to do is jack up the price on those, and then I'll have it like 25% off. And then I'll get relisted as having a sale on Etsy in a different category, and then maybe I can sell some. But
yep,
you know,
that's how you play Etsy game.
Yeah,
Etsy
yeah, it does. But
I don't know why people think Etsy's good. Etsy's a joke now. It used to be when it was originally, everything was handmade and, the original concept behind it was good. But now it's just a bunch of drop shippers shipping stuff from China.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually a new one I'm looking into that's what Etsy used to be. And they have a no charge trial for like 3 months or something. I was thinking about trying it. Can't remember the name of it. For creators or something.com or bycreators.com or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you told me that they don't have any flea markets or any swap meets or anything in your area.
Not that they don't have them. It's I can't get to them, dude. My real life prevents me from going away for 12, 14, 16 hours a day. You can't just up and leave. There's no way for me to do that kind of stuff.
You couldn't leave from like 6 in the morning till 4 or 5 in the afternoon one day?
No, I have my mother, my real life, my real job.
Right.
The whole point of me being here is that I need to be here. Otherwise, I go to freaking work.
All right.
That's crazy. So you're taking care of your mother?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand, and the pain in the ass it
is.
is, because I ended up taking care of my mother for 22 years.
What's your website name again, Tom?
My mother.
What's your website name again?
TomLama.com.
I'll show you, Kate. Hold on. Yeah, okay. I started to type it in. It popped up. I've been here before. Let me share a screen here. Yeah, Tom does some amazing work.
That one that Sergio just got is really nice. I should have pictured that and put it on the website as
Yeah, my wife really likes that thing.
Are you guys seeing that flicker on the screen?
Yeah.
I don't see it on my second monitor, but I see it on StreamYard. It's weird.
Yeah, it's just StreamYard.
If anybody on the stream wants anything you have, Tom, do they get a discount right now or no?
I don't have anything in stock. So you want to talk to me in special order or something. I'm not gonna pre-build stuff. It doesn't sell.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn that all into just like a gallery, and then just be 1 or 2 items, and then call me when you want something. I'll make it custom for you.
Hey Tom, is the cedar clock laser burned?
What's that?
Did you laser cut your cedar clock?
Oh no, that's CNC. I have a CNC.
And then he resin poured it afterwards and sanded it and sealed it.
Yep.
That's nice.
Like I'm doing with Zolan's end panels. You can see Zolan's end panels. Did I take pictures of Zolan's end panels? I think I did. Did I import the pictures from Zolan's end panels? I don't know if I did.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull the pictures up to show Tom.
Or anything to import. No photos. So I must have already imported them. I did already import them. I got pictures of my van getting towed away.
Oh, if they finally came and picked it up?
Yeah.
Cool.
Tom, Kate and chat want me to show you these pictures here. I showed them earlier. Let's see.
Puppies.
Yeah, that's her doggies.
Oh,
And that's done on her laser, and I think she said she made all the donuts and stuff out of clay. The bread.
Oh,
it's nice.
That's
Good
cute.
work.
Little dollhouse type stuff.
Yep.
Here.
That's nice.
This one.
Nice work there, Kate.
Rotate it. And then share screen. And then window. And then image. Share. There you go.
She makes dollhouse furniture. Okay. 1/12 scale.
Zolan.
G for Zolan.
Yep.
Repcord box, right?
Yeah. Those came out way better than I thought they would. You can't see it in the picture. I'm not sure what the wood is. I thought it was mahogany, but I don't think it is because it's got like the minute I hit it with the clear coat, because I clear coated them today, it's got like a weird marbly. It looks wicked cool. I almost don't want to give them to them.
Do you have any wood suppliers other than Home Depot or Lowe's? A real wood supplier there in your town?
Oh yeah, I don't buy anything from Home Depot or Lowe's like that.
Okay, so just take it back
Most
to
of this is out of my brother's house.
Oh, okay.
These are actually part of his deck. He had a mahogany.
Nice.
You know, when I go to the store, quite often I see people that throw away furniture sitting out on the curb. I look at it really close to see if it's real wood or not, thinking, hey, I can bust that down and I can make stuff on my CNC. So I'm always checking out people's junk when I drive down the road.
I got so much oak. Unreal.
One man's junk is another man's treasure.
Yeah, when I was a little kid, I was a garbage picker. We had alleys in my neighborhood, and I'd ride my bike up and down the alleys. You wouldn't believe all the good stuff I found.
Yeah.
And when I grew up and got in construction on a job site, and I had the opportunity, you wouldn't believe the stuff I got off job sites that they were going to get rid of. Unbelievable the kind of stuff I got from job sites.
When I first started working for this company years ago, doing heating and air conditioning, there was a place we went out to by Dulles Airport. It's called Zenith Intech, and one day we were passing by the dumpster, and we saw all these computers and stuff, old computers and stuff that they were throwing out. So we started picking. My brother and I, we were going through all the stuff and we're loading it into the truck, right? And I bring it all home. My wife looks at me and she says, "What are you doing with all this junk? Blah, blah, blah." She's giving me help. But I managed to collect a bunch of stuff, right? And I got my trailer, loaded up my trailer, and I went to what's called a ham fest. It's where all the ham and computer people come, and it's out in Baltimore. And I set up the trailer, and my wife came with me. And I'm selling this stuff like hotcakes. Okay,
wow.
There were hard drives, there were all kinds of boards, and people are just buying. And my wife goes like this. She says, "From now on, if you want to bring junk, you can do it. I won't give you any more trouble."
Yeah, see, I'm not much of a junk collector. I hate junk. I just hate. I'm a throw it out as soon as it needs to be thrown out kind of guy. Generally.
Now that's what I do. Yeah, I try.
Yeah.
Although I still got hard drives from like 99, 98, 2000.
When I wanted to put all my lasers out in the garage before I decided to sell most of them, I'm like, I got to get rid of some of this stuff. Oh, no, wait a minute. I'm going to use that. I'm going to need that. No, wait, I'm going to need that. I can use that. And, it's just, I started throwing away.
Yeah.
Like, I haven't used it this long. I probably won't use it. Yes, it'll cost money to go buy it again, but I probably won't. So then I started throwing stuff away.
Yep, that's me. I got to the point because I do collect stuff. I keep going, "No, I'll use that. That's cool. I'll use that."
Yeah.
And if I do rule is, if I walk into a room and I see something, I go, "Oh," and I go, "I haven't used that in over a year." I'll be like, "Should I get rid of it?" And if I say, "Oh, I haven't used that in over 2 years," it's gone.
Kate, I'm in Silver Spring, Maryland, just outside of Washington, D.C.
And then you get people like my brother who's like, "Oh, you might need that someday," and I'm like, "I might." But you know what? If I get rid of 100 things and I might need one of them back, I'm still 99 things ahead.
Yeah, I've watched that show Hoarders before, and let me tell you, they can't fake that show. That's real stuff. That's crazy.
Yeah.
There's no way you can haul in all that and fake it like that. It's just unbelievable.
Dude, when my father first my mother's a hoarder. When my father first got sick, when my mother was in the hospital with my father, me and my brothers, we got 3 dumpsters to gut this house with. And that just did 2 rooms.
Wow, I tell you what, one time I went on a service call. Actually, it was to check out the system because the real estate agent
Hey,
that
Polly wants a cracker. Crafter, sorry.
no problem, had bought this. They had gotten this property because the person had passed away. Well, the guy was a hoarder, and I tell you, in order to get to the air conditioning, it was a path. Okay, the stuff was stacked this high in that apartment. They had to get a company to come and get all this junk out of there. But in order for me to get to the system, there was a path. So there was a path that led to the bathroom, a path that led to the bedroom, and a path that led to the furnace room.
Dude, we did a roof right here in town, only like 2 miles down the road for a friend of ours. We weren't even going to do it. It was kind of a crappy little job. And it was a friend of ours, and they're like, "Oh, that's my parents. Can you just do it?" You know, like we went and did the estimate and didn't know who it was. And, you know, we were talking at the bar like an hour later. He's like, "Oh, that's my parents. Can you please just do it? They really, you know, they need it." So we're like, "All right, you know what? We'll do it on a Saturday. It'll take us one day to do this little." We pulled the roof off, and it needed plywood in a couple spots. So we're like, "All right, we'll do the plywood too. You know, that'd be an extra $100, whatever." Pulled the plywood off, and we looked in the attic. These people had saved every single newspaper since they were kids.
Wow.
And they're all in the attic. And they were in their 60s at the time.
I bet you some of that stuff was worth money.
No, it was all rotten. That's why the roof was rotten.
Oh.
You couldn't breathe. Everything up there was rotten. It was just a holy, dusty, crappy mess up in the attic.
Does anybody know what these are that I tore down for parts? Something my neighbor threw away. Kind of looks like the pit droid eye, don't it?
Yeah.
I've got 3 of them.
Do you know how attics get all like hot and humid? That's why you put the AC up there. They get, you know, especially here in New England where it gets hot and humid on the shoreline, and it gets really cold and dry. You touch one of those newspapers, they just crumbled. I'll tell you what, their house was really well insulated.
Yeah, my neighbor threw out a big screen, small big screen TV like a year ago. I rolled it over to my house. I took it apart, and I wanted to see what made it tick and see what I could keep out of it. And I wound up keeping these 3 lenses that shined upon the projection. There was another part under that was full of liquid. I think I threw those away. They had liquid in them, and they were for a projection, an older projection TV. But now that I'm doing the pit droid right now, I'm thinking, wow, that looks pretty cool. Reminds me of the pit droid. So I don't think I'll adapt it, but I brought them in the house just in case. So
Make it the eye, yeah. Put a light behind it.
Yeah, I'll have to do something with them.
Yeah, projection. Rear or front projection. So I'm going front projection.
Yeah. So Liam left, huh, while I was gone?
Yeah, he said he wasn't feeling good when he dropped in. He said, "I'm only going to stay for a little bit," and he stayed almost 3.5 hours.
Wow.
But he's still trying to get over COVID. Yep, we're screaming.
Yeah, that, you know, I'm glad I haven't gotten it, and I hope not to.
Hey, Zombie Hedgehog, how you doing today, buddy? If anybody like to drop in for a bit, I'll oop, that ain't the link. I'll repost it.
Oh, I'm gonna go to bed.
By the way, Tom, the package should be there on time because UPS did pick it up today.
Yeah,
so.
whatever. There's no on time. When it gets here, it gets here.
There's
And
the
I
link.
packed it really well this time.
Yeah.
So
Well, I think that got dropped like on the corner. Not even that hard. It's just where that's just bolt together. There's no like through bolts. It just took the frame and tweaked it just enough.
yeah.
That's all the problem with it. The minute I unbolted it, and like 3 of the sections unbolted, the whole thing snapped back into place. It was like unreal.
Zombie, check this out. I seen it on a Bamboo site. I remember you uploaded the link to that little print and place truck. Check this site out. You'll be amazed. Everybody at 3D Prints, check the site out. A lot of cool vehicles, highly detailed, down to every little nut and bolt. They look like little RC cars, kind of what they look like.
Yeah, I got to build my other grandson's birthday is in June, so I got to build him. I'm going to build that model airplane that's on printables on the first page. That's what I'm going to build. I've got all the parts for it already, so.
Okay.
You know what they say to use? I used to get into. There's a like site that's just all actual flyable RC 3D printed airplanes. that you can print there, all the structures like printed into them and everything. They really are boosting that foaming.
Oh wow!
I crashed this.
Foam?
I crashed it, and so now I'm just going to pull all the parts out and build the other plane.
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, they say to use that foaming. Who makes the foaming? Is it Polymaker? Makes that foaming lightweight PLA.
The only thing bad about making little RC trucks is I don't think you can 3D print anything that's strong enough as mold injection parts. That's the only thing.
That airplane that's on printables, you have to order the carbon rods. So the carbon rods that you're going to use in there is what reinforces it.
Okay.
Hey guys,
PVA. Is that what you're zombie? Is that what you're talking about? That with this filament?
Yeah.
It's like, I'm pretty sure Polymaker makes it, don't they?
Have you guys
I have some.
Ever printed Legos?
I've never printed Lego, no.
No. I'm not a Lego guy.
I have the Polymax PLA. Yeah. And I've got Polylite PLA Pro.
Okay. Yeah, Polylite is different. The foaming isn't, I don't think, is the Polylite. They have a foaming one too that it expands like foam.
Well, now my nephew is getting into Legos, and the sets are getting really expensive.
The people that copy the Lego, I don't think that they snap together properly, and they fall apart real easy from everything that I've seen. If I'm wrong, please correct me, but that's what I've seen. The tolerances aren't the same.
So
Lego has a big freaking patent on it, and they get really upset if you copy Legos.
Now, so my idea was to go ahead and take the Legos and silicone mold them and use injection molding for them.
Yeah.
Drones.
Okay.
Lego gets all upset about that.
Well,
if you try to make it public or try and sell it, or
no,
it's not public. The idea is just to give them something to play, where I'm not spending $300-400 for a play set.
Yep.
Remember,
Jerry, when Legos were like cheap, the cheapest thing you could buy that was fun?
I was never in Legos, but my grandson has a lot he's got for Christmas, and those sets are expensive. My son's got a Millennium Falcon or something. It's like, hey, you want to get rid of it? He's like, Dad, those are like $300. So anyway, that ain't gonna happen. You see, before my son had kids, he would pass things down to his dad or sell me things reasonably. But now that he has a family, that don't happen no more, obviously. So everything goes to his kids.
Well, no, I figured a $40 bottle of resin is a hell of a lot cheaper than $400 or $500 for these play sets.
Yeah, Legos gotten ridiculous. When I was a kid, a box of Legos, there was no Star Wars Lego. There was a box of Legos. You got a big brick, a half a brick, a round brick, and a top brick, and a square brick, and a roof brick. And that was it. And you built out of that. We had when we went to my grandparents, my parents would never allow them in the house because they scatter and hurt your feet, as everyone knows. But when we went to my grandparents, now we're talking, we're talking late 60s, early 70s. We had Legos in one box. We had Tinker Toys in the other, which were those sticks with the round.
Yeah, I was into Tinker Toys. I was never into Legos.
I was into Tinker Toys.
My parents never bought me Legos.
The metal one, what was the metal one? Mechanics?
Rector set?
Rector.
And then we had Lincoln Logs.
Lincoln Logs.
I love building log houses out of Lincoln Logs, man. The Lincoln Logs were the best.
Log cabin, a little roof you put on it, your green roof, the yellow chimney. At least I think it was a green roof, the yellow chimney, I think.
Yep, they all had a green roof. They all had the yellow chimney.
And my girl lived across the street had, what was it called? Weebles Wobble. They don't fall down. Little dollhouse. These little egg-shaped people that were look like eggs.
Yeah.
I was into G.I. Joes when I was a kid. They're about that tall, about 12 inches tall. They had hair on their head and a beard and everything. They had clothes. They zipped up little plastic boots you put on.
We did Major Matt.
Oh, you want to see
spacewalkers?
You want to hear something that was absolutely funny to discover?
What's that?
I was cleaning out my mother's closet,
Oh no.
And so in 1978, they had bought me a Darth Vader. Okay, didn't know it. It's still sitting in the box in the closet.
That's worth some money, though.
Yeah, serious money.
Get a hold of Chris Perillo. He'll buy it off you real quick. Like, he's a big Star Wars collector, dude.
No, so it was just, I hadn't thought about my old toys from my childhood. And I realized that most of those things are so effing expensive.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Well, you're not getting any younger. Best thing to do is to sell them and not hang on to them.
Yeah.
Yep. Enjoy the money. Show me the money.
You remember the commercial, Jerry? Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down.
Yeah, Weebles wobble. They don't fall down. Yeah. Yeah, I grew up in the 70s. Every Saturday morning, my mom baked a lot, and she's always making cake, pie, or cookies. I always got the bowl with a spoon or a spatula, and I'm watching cartoons Saturday morning all morning long, from like 6 in the morning till like 12 o'clock. Nothing but cartoons after cartoons on 4 channels. And yes, we only had 4 channels, as everybody knows, when you was a kid. 3, 5, 8, 13, and 10.
Yeah. Because it was always the Tinker Toys Lincoln Logs for ads on Saturday mornings, Weebles Wobble and Don't Fall Down, and Silly Putty, the original copying material.
Stretch Armstrong. You try to stretch that dude, Stretch Armstrong.
Yeah.
I wasn't into Stretch Armstrong that much. That was just kind of goofy. But all those,
you want to know what kind of threw me back? Because I was on YouTube, and I don't know if you guys know what the Silverhawks were. No.
Silverhawk. Hey, come on.
Yeah.
No,
so it was an 83 cartoon, 1983 cartoon.
Oh God, I was like,
hey there, curmudgeon.
Doing stuff. I was a full-on freaking person by then. I was old by the 83. Sergio was really old.
And the girls had the Easy Bake Oven back then.
Oh God, dude, I loved the Easy Bake Oven. I used to love going out to freaking chicks' houses and playing with their Easy Bake Oven and eat the cake and freaking that comes out of it. It actually would make real cake, man. It was good.
Yeah, you remember what was the heater?
A light bulb.
A light bulb, yes.
Yeah, just a regular everyday light bulb. Bake your cake.
Yep. Easy Bake Oven.
Light bulbs actually generated a buttload of heat.
Yeah, I had a lot of Hot Wheels too and track.
Yep, Hot Wheels.
Did you guys ever grow up with Tonka trucks? The metal ones?
The metal ones, yeah.
Yeah, the real ones that were all metal. Even the tires or real rubber, not plastic. That and the slot track racers. We were big.
Oh my God. I would love to have a slot racer. Man.
I used to go to Playland a couple times a week when I was a teenager roller skating, and then eventually I quit doing that. Then they came out with inline skates, and I never got into inline skates.
The first year we moved into this house was 1970, Christmas 1970. We moved into this house, and it snowed Christmas Day, and my parents were big on the church thing on Christmas Day and all that. All 5 of us. I have 5 brothers.
How you doing, Jack?
5 of us. We all got Hot Wheels for Christmas. We all got Hot Wheels with the track and the cars and everything. So we had this big, massive Hot Wheels there. Well, my parents went off to frickin' church and it started snowing. Well, here we all are in the house with the front door wide open because the front door is right at the bottom of the staircase. And we're clamping the starting ramp in the bathroom at the top of the stairs and running the Hot Wheels down the staircase, out the front door, and shooting them into the snow with the door wide open. It's a freaking snowstorm. My father comes home, he's screaming.
Phoenix, here's that picture. Here's what I made for my son a long time ago. Big Spawn.
Okay.
It's pretty cool.
It's all 3D printed. 2 resin parts on it. Most of it's 3D printed. Most of it's filament. And then there in front are his normal size Spawn figures, like you would collect. So that's a pretty big statue.
Yeah,
I thought about printing another one of those and painting it and selling it, but I don't know. It's like
Like
$300.
a couple grand for it, dude.
Well, that'd be like $1,500. But yeah, it's a lot of work, a lot of printing, a lot of painting. Really big, hard to ship.
I mean, if you can make the money, it's worth it because you're making money.
So,
Hey,
that would be hard.
That's a good idea. I wonder how much it would cost to make crown moldings and whatnots for my backyard.
make what?
The statuette for the.
Breaking up, I can't hear what he's saying.
Making a statue for your backyard. What kind of statue?
Like the Venus de Milo or something. You know, David. Famous statues.
Okay, a statue of David in your backyard. It'd be best to buy one out of concrete or ceramic.
Yeah, I was
From
gonna say.
like there's different, like there's a place here in Vegas called Baja something, and they sell all kinds of statues from Mexico. It's a huge place. There are a lot of that stuff you could probably pick up for, I'm assuming, a few $100 not that are designed to be outdoors.
The problem with 3D printing is it really won't last outside in the sun.
Yeah.
Well, no. So the idea is to go ahead and create the project, and then use silicone gel to mold it,
Yeah, and then
and then pour concrete or gypsum with a hardener.
You could do that.
It'd be all right.
I'd still try to price it outright before you went and invest, went that route, see what you could probably possibly find one for, a replica.
If you're gonna do something original, it's worth it. You're just gonna do something like everybody else already. You might as well buy it.
All right. So what my problem is I've got a property that I was inherited, and so I'm revamping the house completely. So it's got a 30-acre backyard, and I'm trying to think of designing it as a Zen garden.
Okay.
So I'm trying to think of a inexpensive way to do all this artwork and the bush cutting and whatever that's called to make it beautiful. So eventually I can sell the house.
I'm not sure. Kate, to print that, I don't know. I'm going to guess if I wanted to print another one just to print all the parts, it would probably take me a month. It takes a really long time to print everything on conventional printers. Then gluing everything together, and you got to prime everything, fill all the seams, and then start painting. And then, of course, while I was working, I got bored with it, and a lot of times I wasn't working on it, but eventually it got done.
That's the problem with large projects sometimes.
Yeah.
You get them started and then don't want to finish. That's why I didn't stop at the guitars. I said, I'm going to keep going until I get it done.
The number one thing I hate about all models that I've ever done, I do not like capes. Batman, Superman, I hate capes. It's like a waste of plastic. They're usually so big, and they're just a pain in the butt to print. I hate capes. Don't like capes. And this thing has a big old giant thick cape that hooks on its neck and hangs off to the side. And I had to put a magnet on it. And see, when you print it normal size, it's no big deal, that little cape. But when you make it 275%, now that cape is really heavy, and things are different. It's hard to support. So, yeah, Little Baja in Vegas. That's the name of it, Richard. I think it's out on Industrial, right? It used to be out by Blue Diamond, and I'm thinking Industrial. It runs parallel to I-15. I can't think of the name of the street. I'm thinking of Industrial. Yeah.
I was going to research how to run this palette thingy and try to splice rolls together today, but I'm just too tired.
Well, I've been streaming for exactly 4 hours right now. Last week, I only managed to stream for 2 hours because it just kind of drug on. It was slow. I try to do 3 or 4 hours every week. And like I say, we've been live on YouTube and Twitch. We currently have 15 people on Twitch and 9 on YouTube watching. And I think I'm going to raid somebody.
Raid!
And for those on Twitch, I'll do a raid. For those on YouTube, I'll run my banner here, and I'll say goodbye to everybody. Thank you very much, Kate, for the donation on PayPal. I really appreciate it. You immensely help out my bills. I appreciate everybody that helps me out and supports me more than you know. Let's see. Chaos Drucker, Maker and Crafting. He speaks German on his channel. Typically, we got Maker Deck, Chris Perillo, Bawana. Not sure what Chris is doing. What? Kale Strucker, he's rated me a few times. He does a lot of great 3D printing stuff. I'm going to raid over to his channel. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I really appreciate it. Everybody's been awesome. And I'll be back next Saturday, 1 p.m. Pacific, and we'll do it all over again. And thank you, Sergio and Llama, for coming on. I really appreciate it, guys. Let me start that raid. And that's going to raid over. Then
Good night, everybody.
Wait for that raid to go.
All right.
Wherever you are.
Be safe, guys. Have a good night.
Okay, we're raiding right now. Let me run my ending. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful day. Happy printing. Later.